This
There you
conference
go.
will now be recorded.
Welcome, everybody. Okay, now we're being recorded. Okay, welcome, everybody. I call the meeting to order. Can I get a roll call, please?
You absolutely can. Director Engfer. Director Engfer.
Present.
Director Leopold.
Here.
Director McPherson.
Here.
Director Cassidy.
Here.
Director Franklin.
Here.
Director Pollock. Director Pollock. Director Dills.
Here.
Director Ferris.
Present.
Director Henry.
Here.
Director Stiles.
Here.
Director Perry.
I'm here.
All right, now for alternates, Director Baskin. Director Brown. Director Koopman. Director Hayes. Director Lind. Director Moran.
Dialed in and present.
Director Eckwall.
Present.
All right, Director Perry, we are 10 for 11, sir.
Okay, I didn't hear some of the responses, so I don't know. Some of them took quite a long time to happen, and then some didn't happen at all for me. So I don't know if that was, obviously, you could hear it, right, Nick?
That is correct. Right now, I am showing that the only director not present is Director Pollock, and we have alternates Rick Moran and Bill Eckwall in attendance as well in non-voting capacity.
Okay, isn't that Dale at the bottom?
Yeah, Dale's
Yeah,
here.
Nick, I'm here. I think my audio was having trouble, so was the video.
All right, I have you annotated as present. We are 11 out of 11. Yep.
Okay, and do all the directors have their cameras on? I don't know if that's a yes or a no. I can't, okay. Well, if you are a director and you do have a camera, I would encourage you to have it on. Okay, thank you. Okay, additions or deletions to the regular agenda that I see?
There's none from staff.
Okay. Oral communications on items not on the agenda. This would be a time for anyone who's calling in, member of the public, wants to say something that's not going to be spoken about this evening. You got your shot. Anything? I thought I heard something beginning, but I guess not. Okay. All right. I'm going to move to the approval of the minutes of February.
I move approval.
Second.
Bruce?
I think Chris's audio is a little choppy. He froze up the
Motion to
frame.
approve.
We lost the chair.
Chris, your audio is not coming through clear, and the same as the picture. Maybe you want to log off and get back on. Still not
He is-
hearing you.
Yeah, I believe he's currently in the process of doing that. Now, before we get 2.1, I had Director Stiles, and was that Director Cassidy seconding that motion?
No, but I'm
See, I don't hear any of
I'm
that.
prepared to be the second. This is John Leopold.
All right, Director Leopold, I will annotate that you seconded the motion to approve the.
Chris, if you can hear us, I recommend that
Yeah.
you log off and log back on, because you're coming through very choppy. You freeze at times, both video and audio.
Oh, okay.
All right. And then Chris here, if you're still on board, I do have a motion on the table. I will proceed with the roll call here while you're sorting yourself out, pending any objections. All right, hearing none, this is a roll call vote for item 2.1, approval of the March minutes. Director Engfer? Director Engfer?
Aye. McPherson?
Yep. Director Leopold?
Aye.
Director McPherson?
Aye.
Director Cassidy?
Director Cassidy, aye.
Director Franklin?
Aye.
Director Pollock?
Aye.
Director Dills?
Yes.
Director Ferris?
Aye.
Director Henry?
Aye.
Director Stiles?
Aye.
And looks like Chris is still in the process of getting back on board here.
I think I'm there.
Okay,
I
you're
can
here.
hear you.
Can I get your vote, please?
Aye.
Aye. All right. There's 11 ayes. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, that's interesting. Now that I logged back on through, not through the web, but through the app, everything changed, but that's okay. It sounds better. Okay, acknowledge the appointment of Bill Eckwall from Scotts Valley Water District as an alternate replacing Danny Reber. Welcome, Bill. Doke.
Thank you, Chris.
All right.
I'm here.
Okay, good to see you.
Glad to be on board. Thank you.
All right, 4.1, groundwater. Yes,
Hey, Chris, can you check that version of the agenda? I have item 2.2 here as mid-process survey report from Dave Sepos.
oh, mine says acknowledgement of the appointment of Bill Eckwall, 2.2, administrative.
I think that's last board meeting, Chris, possibly.
Santa Margarita Groundwater Agency, it says.
Wasn't that in March?
That was.
Yes.
It says, oh, okay. Wrong one. I thought it sounded familiar.
Fast forward another month. How
There
about
we
that?
go. Okay. Then I would say board, now I gotta make that big again.
I now I have
Hey, it's from here.
separate. Yep.
Dave?
Yeah, was that my cue?
That is.
I'm
Okay.
gonna get the right agenda on the screen.
I didn't know if I should accept the invitation on Bill's behalf, but we'll just do my part. So,
Yes.
all right. Hey, just so I'm staying on time, Nick, how much time did we allot for this? What do we have? I just want to set my clock so I'm monitoring it.
I don't believe we discussed the time limit, Dave. My recommendation is 5 minutes.
Whoa. Okay. All right then. Everybody goes. All right. Hello, everybody. Nice to virtually see you all again this evening. As many of you know, over the last week and a half or so, and you can go on to the next slide, please. Nick, I have been conducting a series of phone interviews with members and alternates. The purpose of that process was essentially sort of a mid-process assessment, and it had been sort of something we at the working group, and again, remind you all, the working group is the key staff from each of the primary member agencies as well as consultants. And we've been talking about for a while the various levels of participation that have been going on by board members, and then in particular the shift that we are all dealing with, such as this evening, to the new normal of a virtual meeting, and the potential impact that additionally was going to play on both board and public involvement. So through that process, we decided it was probably an opportune time to use me as a neutral facilitator and have some conversations with folks, which is what I have done. So what I'm going to cover here is very quickly an overview of the assessment process that I used, and then a quick summary of the outcomes and the solutions. Next slide, please. So between the 6th and 17th of this month, I interviewed 11 board members and 5 alternates. A few members or alternates actually deferred, feeling that they might not have enough meaningful to provide. These were about half-an-hour interviews. I started each interview with a summary, much as I'm doing now, which is to reiterate that the SMGWA regulations require that, as we've talked about before, that a board be actively engaged, that there be robust public input, that the board have the means to and requirement to weigh that public input in its decision making, and that by extension that means that there needs to be a record on a board's behalf to show that a board has actually been engaged. And what we have observed is that there frankly is a small subset of board members that are routinely active in the question and answer period of meetings, and there is a larger number of folks that are not. And so what we're looking to do is really expand that, but also to try to find out why. Why is the case that numeric differential exists? So I did a standard set of 5 questions. Next slide, please. I'm not going to belabor these, but these are the 5. Many of you were in it, and was basically focusing on, do folks understand the steps through the role that we do with the roadmap? Do they understand that both from a chronological as well as a content perspective, i.e. the sort of sigma terms and how these all link together? If not, what questions folks had? Then moved on to what diminished folks' ease or ability, and I asked it if people felt comfortable, if they wanted to speculate on other folks, either in the generic sense or even specifically, that was fine because each conversation was confidential. Look to find out what would help people be more active, and any suggestions that folks had about how to go about doing the GSP or these meetings differently. Next slide, please. So one of the key things that we found is that in general there is some inhibitions, and I'm going to go through some key items. The first I want to talk about is really the first question about the understanding. And in general, people do understand, a majority of folks do understand sort of where the process is at. They're grateful for the roadmap structure that is used, that Georgina commonly goes over. But there is a subset of folks who still are not always sure. They're not really sure what all the terms mean. They're not really sure how they all link together. And so I think that we are going to need to be looking for ways to improve, and we will be looking at ways to improve how we report the roadmap to better map you all basically as to where we are at any point in time in the process and the implications of where we are to things that have happened thus far and where we're going. The other then set of questions that we talked about was really this ease and ability to engage, and from that was a number of items that came out that then led to a number of questions about solutions. This is critically important because you're going to actually see this later this evening, hopefully, and in meetings to come, things that we're going to be trying to do to improve opportunities for you and the public to be actively engaged. So this list is generally in the order of commonality. So this first item is the most common thing that was stated. The last item that'll be on the next slide, don't go there yet, Nick, was really the least common. But in general, outcomes from this question of what inhibits folks' behavior is, quite honestly, inhibitions. People feeling worried about, do I understand these topics enough? This is not my day job. Do I understand it enough to pose an effective question or make a comment that's not going to be embarrassing to myself or my constituents? Moving on, absolutely, people were saying, look, the volume of information that's being delivered through these meetings and the way that it's being delivered in sort of large blocks just makes it really difficult for folks to engage. They feel overwhelmed. The way in which we've been posing questions maybe hasn't been the most effective. Related to that, the next bullet, a number of people said, we're lacking an ability to sort of have a conversational structure to things. A number of people referred to the informational sessions we'd done in the late summer and fall of last year, and even the winter workshops last year, and how that set a tone and ability for people to be engaged in a more conversational way. And notwithstanding this difficult mode that we're all having to meet in right now, people were definitely seeking to return to that in some ways, however we could. This next one was pretty interesting. There was across the board, to the folks that said it, across the board, acknowledgement, graciousness, and gratefulness about the quality of the staff and the role that staff play. But interestingly enough, some people said, I don't say things because frankly I rely a lot on the staff and the consultants. They've got it under control. I don't really feel I need to say something. And that's understandable, but at the end of the day, as I may offer advice to you, is that the record needs to show that you as board members weighed in on things, not staff. That's sort of a requirement that it shows up. Continuing on, a number of people said that they just had a limited time to study and prepare for meetings, and that kind of linked back to that inhibitions. This last one on this page, I think, is a very critical one. There is a compelling, amongst some people, lack of comfort. Doesn't mean that people are feeling uncomfortable with other board members, but there's a history. The history is still there, and some people feel they're not sure yet still because they haven't had opportunities to build relationships, and they are legitimately concerned, if I say something in a meeting, might I be dismissed? Will I have a safe space, basically, to speak to things? And that's not uncommon, but it's also challenging, even with a group like you all who work as collegially as you already do. Next slide. Continuing on into a sort of a lesser number of things, but still important. Number of people basically said that as we had moved the physical condition to the Scotts Valley Council chambers, that was an inhibiting space compared to the water district location. The use of the dais and separating people more from each other and from the public was discomforting to folks. Moving ahead, as we're evidencing now, there is a discomfort with video conferencing. Some people just don't feel comfortable with it. Other people they're trying to use it, but they're uncomfortable with how others are using it, being distracted and moving around a lot. And so, working on new video conferencing etiquettes is probably going to be important. Some people said that just the flat out duration of meetings, and because of that, they get to a point in a meeting where they're reticent to interject because they're frankly worried that they're going to make the meeting go longer, and they don't really want to do that for themselves and others, and so they tend to censure themselves. This last one, again, while not particularly common, was an important one, I think, as well. Some people feel that other members have already made up their minds, and in some cases they feel that staff has made up their minds, and that in general, some members of the board are just not open to discussing and learning in meetings, and that concerns me, frankly, as your facilitator. And then lastly, just a general feel of public speaking. Next slide. And I'm going to ask you all, to the extent you've got questions, to use the method that we've got, which is the chat method, but to hold your comments, and so be being aware of the slides. So the first batch of items I just covered was slide 5. The next one was slide 6. Please a note to yourself a question you've got a slide you've got a question on, and we'll open up the floor in a minute. So solutions. Some of these solutions were items that were raised by people in the interviews. Others were things that I'd been thinking about and that I was testing. And so I'm going to go through these 4 remaining slides. So to address the lack of shared knowledge and understanding and pre-meeting preparation, you all have seen by now, hopefully, the encouragement in the emails about office hours. I know that some folks have done it, not as many, frankly, as we had hoped, but we're going to keep doing it and pushing on it to give you all opportunities to do that in advance and try to prepare and ask advanced questions to get you better grounded to feel comfortable posing questions. One other idea that was given was, frankly, start having more homework. That probably doesn't land favorably with all of you, but some people said, the surest way to get us to be more accountable is just start giving us more stuff to do other than just at the meetings. So we are sort of forced to do things in between meetings. Next slide. To address the intensity of technical presentations and the impact that intensity and density has on both board and public input. The suggestions were make the presentation smaller and simpler where feasible. The reality is that's not always possible. I mean, this is no pun intended, it's a dense topic, groundwater. You are decision makers for a regulatory agency. We will do our best to do that, but it's just not always going to be feasible. What we can do is this next one, break presentations into smaller sections that are going to allow for more interactive discussion, make presentations more workshop format, even now in this visual and virtual way, and we're going to be doing our best to do that. And then lastly, use facilitation techniques, whether it's myself or your board chair, that are less about sort of open-ended, okay, does anybody have any questions, and more about using some techniques and methods to pull people into the conversation and prompt an engagement. I'm going to pause for a second here and say that, and set the stage that when we go into our technical session today, Georgina and I worked very closely over the last week and a half or so, and our hope is that the methods we're going to employ tonight are going to be more similar to what you see here on the screen, and hopefully will be more engaging, and that you, frankly, are going to be more engaged as well, just because we've gone through this process. Next slide. To address the lack of trust and security, we are looking into ways legally within Brown Act that you all can more effectively get together before meetings and just chat, just catch up, just be humans and build your relationships. Because the more we can have enhanced interpersonal relationships, the more you can feel that you can then speak in a meeting and feel that while you may disagree, you can at least have a safe space to do so. So we don't have exact answers for you yet because there's some nuances here within the Brown Act, but we'll be getting back to you on this. Last slide. And then lastly, general inhibitions. This was an interesting topic that was raised. One was, some people, like they said, look, this is not my day job, and I go from one location to this, and my head's spinning, and whether it's on the virtual meeting, certainly, and then by all means, when we're in person and I'm driving, starting meetings a little later, giving me a chance to change gears mentally and sort of get my head into the game, so to speak. Related to the prior item 3A, is just that ability to sit and chat and converse with each other would give you all, some people felt, an opportunity to sort of warm up, almost like stretching, to warm up conversationally, get you all into the flow. Another suggestion to be considered, not tonight, but something that I think is going to have merit to talk about, is whether switching from monthly longer meetings into more frequent but shorter meetings would make things a little less daunting in terms of the breadth of content and just the ability to dive into deeper focus on a particular topic. So I believe that's it. So I will now look to any questions that folks have for me. If you do, as Nick said, use the chat bar, and it should be your message should be going to everyone. And all you need to say is write the word question or comment, and I'll call on you. So any questions or comments to what I just covered? So I'll check first for people on the phone, or excuse me, online. Again, if you've got a question or comment. Yeah, go ahead, Doug, please. And make sure you're unmuted.
And I'm hoping you can hear me. Yeah, looks
Yep,
like you can. This it kind of builds on one of the subjects you spent some time on, and it occurred to me while I was going through the materials for this meeting, particularly the slides for the groundwater level stuff, that it would have helped me get into the flow and get up to speed if there had been, in addition to the great images, there had been just a little bit of narrative, at least as regards those slides that were relating to factual basis, the factual foundation on which we're having the conversation, as opposed to, say, some of the more policy stuff that came in the second part of it. I understand that can be a real burden on staff, and I've seen that can turn into a horrible burden on staff. So I'm mindful that it can and should be terse, and you guys need to use some judgment about when to do that. But again, it might help. It would certainly help me, and it might help others make sure we're up to speed with the rest of you folks.
When you say narrative, can you give a little example of what that would look like, or what you would mean? What that would mean, Doug?
It might just be the speaker notes for the slides,
Okay.
right? What are the 5 key takeaways on each of these slides? Or if there's actually, some substantive work behind any of those subjects, maybe pointing to an attachment or something that we could go read if we chose to. Those would probably be the polar extremes.
Okay, no, that's very helpful. Very helpful. Let me check in on the phone, folks that are on the phone, and I will then go to the public, but checking in still with the with board members first. Any other board members? I don't see anybody else in chat. Any board members that are on the phone only?
Where's the chat?
Oh.
I don't.
It's okay, Lois, you're on, so go ahead. And there's a little bubble. It should look like a cartoon icon, like a little cartoon bubble icon, but you're already in, so if you got a question, go for it.
Okay. Well, I have an issue with all the charts and graphs. They don't mean anything to me. And I would like a dialogue. I would like, okay, tonight is about the groundwater and about the level and conditions. I would like numbers. I would like something written that I can hold in my hand or look on my computer and read, because I don't get the presentation. Bottom line, I didn't grow up in a time when everything was done by charts and graphs. I really don't get it. And I don't know if I'm the only one like that, but I would really like something concrete in print with numbers that I could see. And I know that would create more work maybe for Dave or for Christina, or I don't know.
Georgina, yeah.
Georgina.
Well, yeah, and interestingly enough, and you're not alone in that. There's a memo that I've written that staff has and that will be available to all of you, which is basically a narrative summary of what I just covered. We may need to, Nick, you may need to, some folks may need to mute their phones right now, if you could, folks, because there's some background noise. But an interesting dynamic is that almost right down the middle, almost 50% of the people that I spoke to said the level of content is good, it's helpful. I'd even want more information. And the other 50% of people said basically something along the lines of what you just said, Lois. It's too much. I have a hard time tracking it. This isn't my day job. So we have this interesting dichotomy that we as staff, but really frankly you as a board, are also going to have to find a way of reconciling, because we have some polar opposites between you all. I don't know whether that's going to be able to get effectively mostly served by this idea of office hours, as well as some of the ideas that have been thrown out. We're going to keep looking to improve, but it is ultimately, we work at your service. That's what we're here for. We staff, consultants, and when we have this dichotomy, like I just described, you all as board members are going to have to find a happy medium and advise us as to what you want us to do, to be honest. So, but Lois, you're absolutely not alone, and we'll do our best. Okay, next in the queue is Chris, and then Jack, and then I'll go back to the phones to see if members are on the phone and want to weigh in. So, Chris, go ahead. You may need to unmute yourself, Chris. Chris, you may be muted.
I think he may be having technical issues again.
All right, how about Jack? Go ahead and unmute yourself, Jack. We're going to go to you, and then we'll come back to Chris. Go ahead, Jack.
Well, I was struggling to understand one of the charts myself, and I did need a little bit of a narrative, or at least to get grounded. I understood some of the purpose of one of the charts, but I didn't get the whole picture. I didn't know what some of the lines meant, and so I called up Perrette today, and she was very helpful. So, and it's funny, I'm used to in other parts of my life, other roles, to call somebody and ask a clarifying question, but it helped me realize how important that is, because no matter how good a job our staff and consultants put reports together for us, we're going to have questions. And sometimes I like to understand something before I get into the conversation. So that's why I've been more reluctant than I might otherwise be. So it helped me a lot. And I didn't talk very long, but she said, oh, that's what it means. And that really helped me today. So I like that suggestion. And thank you for encouraging us to do that. And so again, I do like a little bit more narrative though, so perhaps I would understand the point of a graph, what it's trying to say, and kind of what even though there's a lot of information on the one graph I was looking at, I didn't understand all of it. And of course, how much do you explain if there's a lot of pieces of information? So anyway, by the end of today, I was in great shape to get ready for the board. So again, contacting Perrette or one of our other helpers is a very useful thing to do.
Okay, yeah, and I thank you for taking advantage of that. I think it's going to be an important tool. Chris, I don't see Chris back with us. Nick, is he?
Yes,
Oh, there. Wait, Chris, you with us? Oh, there you are. Hey, go ahead, Chris.
Hey, so I was going to kind of pick up on what Doug said, in the sense of, I think if you really want this to be presentations like this to be prepared for, it would almost be better for Georgina, the presenter, to pre-record the presentation.
Chris, you're cutting in and out, unfortunately, but I got the part about pre-record, and then maybe make that available. My presumption is that's what you're meaning, pre-recorded, and then let people have a chance.
And everyone could watch it, and then you wouldn't have to, then you would
Yeah, Chris, I think I got the gist of it. We'll tell you that you're still cutting it out. Sorry.
What, if you like them?
Okay.
I know, but I got to keep the door shut.
Bruce, I think you need to mute yourself. Bruce, you got to mute yourself. Everybody needs to keep themselves muted. Let's see. So let me go to the phones now. People that are not online and can otherwise not point out that they've got a comment. So is anybody on the phone? If you are, unmute yourself at this time, and you can go ahead and pose a question. And like I said, I will go to the public, and it is really important that we hear from the public. So, but let me just check first with board members still. Any board members on the phone that would like to weigh in? Okay, not hearing anybody, then I will look likewise to the public. And I want to stress again that, because we definitely saw at the last meeting that while we were reasonably certain we had members of the public, we did not have any public comments. And we know that the video method and these remote meeting methods are inhibiting. We get that. It's inhibiting for everybody, but there's probably never been a more important time for the public to be making sure that you are speaking and being heard, and your board members are taking into account what you have to say. So maybe it's not for this topic, and that's fine. We don't need to talk about things we don't really need to talk about, but when we get to the other technical things, we'll come back to that. So any members of the public wish to get into the queue at this time? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to hand it back over to Nick or Chris. Again, it is our hope that you're going to experience as best as we can a different model today than we did the last meeting, and we'll keep trying to improve things. So with that, Chris, Nick, I'm going to go to you guys.
It looks like Chris is just coming back on here.
Is it working?
Yep, I think that there may be some bandwidth issues there. my recommendation is to proceed at this time. I think that if you make any long comments in the future, you might want to just temporarily turn your webcam off, as that may be a easy fix in terms of unstraining your internet there.
Huh, okay, interesting. All right, so we will go to consent agenda. There is none. Is that straining the internet? Okay, FY 2021 proposed budget, 4.1.
Chair Perry, you're ready for staff report?
Yes.
Hi. Okay. So it is in your packet, the proposed budget. It is not something that we are asking board to approve today. We still have 2 more meetings. It has to be approved. We need a budget that goes into effect for fiscal year 2021 that starts on July 1st. So there's 2 meetings. The staff wanted to get it to you early so we can consider if you have any input, suggestions, comments on that, we can take it back and rework the budget. There is no big surprises. This is a budget. You have 2 attachments in your packet. One is showing you the proposed request for this year, upcoming year, because you only approve 1 year at a time. And then the other attachment shows you we do have 1 more year to go under this GSP development phase, and we do have pretty clear understanding what the projections are looking for that year as well. So we have staff has provided that to you. Why there's no big surprises? Because we do have the main contract for the GSP development. We have that with Montgomery and Associates. We have the full amount of contract at almost $1.4 million, and that's spread over the first year we started with. That was 2019, and we do have a pretty good roadmap for that, how it's going to be spent down. In addition to that, we have some other contracts, such as for our legal services, for our audit services, and for our outreach and facilitation. So those, we kind of have used those numbers. The first section, administration services, it is made up of 2 staff members mainly. It is Nick Wallace that does administrative coordination, and the treasurer services are provided by Stephanie Hill, San Lorenzo Valley Water District. So there are a few things that are little upticks for this upcoming year. We have proposed for outreach services, the working group level. We have been talking about, especially with the indicators and criteria we're looking at now, the groundwater levels, storage. We think there is a need to get out there and provide more engagement and with public and get input from them. So we have allocated additional 20,000 next year, just in case if we wanted to do something very similar to, for example, the education workshops. We had 3 in a row. And we also have some additional money for website update. It's a little clunky, and we think it would serve us well to have a little bit money spent on updating that. And then another new item that runs into the technical services 52500, is made up mainly of the Montgomery and Associates contract, but there is another line item, sub item there for stream and well data collection. And we're not sure if that's going to be a pass-through. County has been having a contract with Balance to do a lot of the stream gauging. That might be something that we're suggesting to move under this agency and have a direct contract, or continue reimbursing it to another agency. But that's in that 645,000 included in there. And capital outlay item, that's a new item, 300,000 you're seeing this upcoming year. it is to install monitoring network. We wrote a little over 700,000 into the second grant for more monitoring wells, and a half of that we are proposing for this upcoming year. So that makes up this 1.1. We have received first payment from the grant reimbursement in. You probably know very well it's a upfront cost, and then with a delay of at least a quarter, but typically 6 to 9 months is when we start seeing the reimbursements coming in. So we are hoping to see in this upcoming year 700,000 coming from the state, from the grant reimbursement, and the rest of it will be funded by the 3 member agencies with the same cost share percentages that we have done in the last 3 years, 2 years, 60%, 30%, and 10%. So that's for this year. I pause here because I just remembered what Dave said, smaller chunks, and then I can quickly go over the projection and wrap it up. So we have.
If I can interject real quick, Perrette, Stephanie Hill is on the phone if need be to answer questions.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
So I think we have maybe Jack, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Perrette. Question about the monitoring network you just mentioned. How many monitoring wells do we get for $700,000, and do we have a concept yet about where they might go?
I'm going to turn that to Georgina. I think you helped to come up with that. Georgina, if you could unmute yourself.
Jack, could you repeat that, please?
Oh, certainly. The monitoring wells, I hear a cost of $700,000 over 2 years. I'm wondering how many monitoring wells we get for that $700,000, and do we have a concept yet of where those wells might go?
Yes, I don't remember how many there are. It was some time ago we put this together, but for the grant. But I have it's more than. Does it include the surface water stuff as well? Correct?
Yes, both. Yes,
yeah, so there's both. Yeah, we identified preliminary data gaps in both the shallow monitoring of groundwater levels that might influence surface water, and then a few other areas where we felt there were data gaps that needed to be filled. And I can't remember the number of wells, but I'm feeling like it was like just more than 10 wells.
It was 10 wells and 4 stream gauges.
Okay, yeah, and then yes, and then some stream gauges as well. Yeah.
And these would be brand new monitoring wells. They wouldn't be modifications of what we have now.
No, they're brand new. Yeah, and they're dedicated to a particular aquifer, and we'll know everything there is to know about them. Yeah.
Thank you.
And Dale has a question.
Yep, Dale.
Hi, Fred. I just had a clarification, really, on the next page, 4.1-4. Could I ask a question about that?
Sure. Yeah.
And it's really just a comment. So the last 3 columns, you had the fiscal year 18 through 22 total, and then you have a total in a grant. Is that that first column, the fiscal year 18-22, is that the total budget? And then the next column where it says total, is that the agency's portion? And then the next column is what the grant would cover. Is that how you read that?
The last 2 columns on 4.1-4, this is just something that we submitted for the grant. It's both grants combined. We will be getting 1.644 million from the state, and in order to be eligible to get that, we have to be paying ourselves 1.22 in the match funds. So the total project cost just for the grant portion has to be 2.86. Our budget is slightly higher. It's 3.2 over those 5 years because there are some line items that are not eligible for the grant. In SMGs that you see in the third column. So we're a little over, but we had to spend at least, total budget had to be 2.86 to be eligible for 1.64 in grant. Hopefully that explains it.
Yes, thank you.
So we have nobody else on the chat box. Anybody on the phone? So I don't hear any more questions, Chair Perry. So if I think we're not asking for any. Yep. Lois,
okay.
maybe?
Is my computer frozen, or are we not able to see the budget? I can't see the budget on here. Or 4 point.
Yeah, it is not on the screen.
Okay. And I clicked on what I thought was chat, but I don't know.
But you have a question, no?
Yeah, no, my question was just, am I not seeing something?
Yeah, no, it's not presented. It is in your packet on those pages.
Okay.
So unless there's any other questions or comments, I think I'm done with this item.
Okay. Am I coming through?
Yes.
Okay. Turned off my camera, and I'm going to try to call in. Didn't work a second ago. So let's go on to the GSP roadmap. In April, staff want to go over where we're supposed to be in April? I see.
It's as of April, but John Ricker will be kind of deciphering this roadmap a little bit.
Okay, John.
Yeah, what we try to do is to give you a little bit more background on the roadmap and a little more perspective where we've been and where we're going. To put it in perspective, the roadmap that's in your packet is very has a lot of good information, a lot of detail, but it's a little bit overwhelming sometimes. So what I try to do tonight is just give you a quick or simpler overview, and we're also going to be working in the future to see if there's a better way to present this. So any suggestions you have on how you'd like to see the roadmap, go ahead and shoot them to us. So some of this you've seen before. You initially got the roadmap back in September 26 last year, and some of these slides are just taken from that. We're doing a review of that. Go ahead, Nick. Next slide. We've organized in our detailed roadmap, and this is what you see in your board packet. It has the consultants' tasks in the first column, the meeting topics, the board action, and then what we're doing with the actual groundwater sustainability plan, the document. So those are sort of the three main headings that are in that packet that's in your budget. A lot of detail there, but is a little bit overwhelming. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Oh, hopefully this one doesn't happen again. This is just a reminder that this whole process that we're doing it's somewhat of a linear process, but it also repeats itself. We don't have to get everything right the first time. We're going to be considering issues like the sustainability criteria initially, and then as we get additional information with our model and with our projects that we're considering, we're going to have a chance to reconsider those. So we don't have to have the answer right the first time. It's an iterative sort of swirling around process with numerous steps and opportunities to refine the information. Next slide. Next slide.
It's up. It's just taking a moment.
Okay. And this is again from the September meeting last year. This shows the overview of what we're accomplishing this year in 2020, completing the groundwater model, developing the water budgets and the sustainability management criteria. As Georgina said a couple of times, the management criteria, the issues like water quality and groundwater levels, there's a number of steps to those, defining the significant and unreasonable impacts, defining the minimum thresholds and the measurable objectives, and then going in and reconsidering those to see if they really work. So there's a number of steps to that. And then as we do this, we're completing really a big part of the groundwater sustainability plan, which is the section 2, the basin setting, and eventually moving into the management criteria and the groundwater model report. We expect to be looking at that later in the year. Next slide. So again, here's your roadmap that's in your packet. We try to update this every month to reflect where we're at. I'm not going to go into the details on this, but you can look at those. Again, it shows the consultant's work and the board's work and what we're doing with the plan. Next slide.
Queuing up the next slide for you right now, John. If it's possible, could I actually ask you to kill your webcam? You're starting to break up pretty good, and that might help us out over here to hear you.
Okay, so this just shows where we're at in this roughly 6-month period that we're in the middle of right now in April. Shows where we've been and where we're going. This is the 3rd groundwater plan process I've been involved in, and it's really helpful every time we have a meeting to sort of see what we've accomplished and where we're headed. February, we started with the sustainable management criteria, and we started with the water quality criteria, looking at the background, looking at the significant and reasonable effects. We did more with water quality last month, getting into more specifics with the minimum thresholds and the measurable objectives. And we also talked about the water demand projections that will go into the model. This meeting, we're really going to focus on groundwater levels. We're going to present the background and discuss the significant and reasonable effects and start to talk about the thresholds and objectives. In May, we'll get into more of the details on groundwater levels, and we're also going to get into the potential projects and management actions. A number of the board members have sort of expressed concern about, well, what the heck are we going to do here? How are we going to address this sort of thing? So this gets us to be able to start talking about projects that are already under consideration, that are already being evaluated by the agency, so that you can be thinking about those projects as we're also talking about our objectives and how we might accomplish those objectives. And then June and July, we expect to move into the depleted surface water. On into August, we'll be getting into the groundwater model and getting into the water budget. So it's we've got a good row of work ahead of us, and hopefully this helps you see some of the context and where we're headed. And we'll get there. Some folks want to get there sooner than others, but we've got a process and we are moving forward on this. So that sort of concludes the overview of where we're at. The next slide just reminds you that it's an iterative process. And if I'm happy to answer questions if anybody's got any or comments.
We have Ruth. Ruth had a question from the chat.
I'm wondering, is there any movement from the state about expanding our deadline because of these clumsy meetings we're having to have. We'd be able to converse much more easily in person and get things done better in person.
Dave, have you heard anything about that?
Nothing officially. I mean, unofficially, I've spoken to, can you guys hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Nothing officially. Unofficially, I've certainly had some conversations with DWR folks. And, you know, generally speaking, what I'm hearing is it depends, you know, that if a couple things. Number one, if we remain in a shelter in place condition for a continued period of time, the general, you know, anecdotal number that I hear is roughly 3 months. That's a point where they have a suspicion that there may be a need to consider adjustments. What I've also heard is that no state agency is going to get out in front of the steps that the governor has recently started head faking towards a big, you know, that sort of six-point plan and the intent to coordinate with the other Pacific and Western states. So nothing official. And my guess is that we wouldn't see anything official until we have the broader executive statement about how the governor anticipates opening, if at all, the state. So I think we are expected, all basins thus far are expected to continue business as usual as best they can.
Thank you.
Okay. Can people hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, John. Thank you, Dave. Okay, 4.22.
Chris, I don't know
Yes.
that we did public comment. We did not do that round.
Okay. Good luck. Can the public get in here?
So ideally, if members of the public are online and are tracking the meeting, you would use the same method that board members and staff are using, which is to go to the chat box, which is the little cartoon bubble, and write either the word comment or question or both to let the chairperson know that you would like to be in the queue. And then after that, the chairman can then check in with people, any members of the public that may be calling in just on a phone.
So we have another comment in a chat line from Dave.
Well, it was about the prior item, so okay. it was then never mind.
I saw that.
Thought you're just testing us.
Okay, Eden has a comment.
Yeah, this is Eden. I'm concerned until we actually hear from a member of the public in any one of these topics that they're unable to reach us, and that any further progress seems sort of silly anyway.
Will someone reach out and just text us that anybody or multiple people that they can participate in any way in this?
You can type no comment.
Hi, you just sent a smiley face.
Nick, do you feel, looking at the master list of participants, oh, there's John Fio. Hey, John.
He's good.
All right.
This is Stephanie testing the phone line.
Okay. Thank you, Stephanie.
Hi.
You're there.
Yeah, we do have, looks like we got about 5 callers who are unidentified, actually probably 4 now that we have Stephanie figured out there. I'm not really seeing any indication from any of them that they're wanting to make comments, Dave. Go figure.
Yeah, it was just mostly whether we had numbers that you knew were not accounted for by board members that led us to believe that it was members of the public that were also with us, because I know sometimes people are calling in on the line and using the online, and it actually could still be board members because it's duplicating numbers. But this shows that we've got people out there and they can communicate. That's good.
Okay, thank you, Eden. Anything else? So no members of the public. So now I think we can move on to 4.22. Sustainable management criteria, groundwater levels. Georgina.
Okay,
And Georgina, you now have the controls.
thank you.
So Georgina, did you want me to start this off like you and I talked, or are you going to go straight in?
Go ahead.
All right. Okay, so everybody should see the title slide. Nick, if you could advance to the next slide. Oh, you got it. Okay, that's right, Georgina. Sorry, so you can go to the next slide. So as was referenced in the prior presentation, we're going to be trying things a bit differently here tonight. It's going to really require, frankly, all of you as board members to live by the things, frankly, that you talk to me about in your individual discussions. What we're going to be trying to do here is to break things up into much smaller bits. Pause, try to have the conversation, or try to have the feedback be more conversational by toggling back and forth between Georgina as presenter and me as facilitator. We're going to start first under groundwater level conditions, and so what you're going to experience in a moment is Georgina's going to dive in. We're going to be going on an aquifer by aquifer basis. She's going to lay out some conceptual information and try to do that slowly and methodically, less about overloading you with details and data and more about some conceptual model type images. We're then going to get to a point in each one of these aquifers where we're going to pause. Georgina will have talked about what the information is that we have and in many cases don't have because of the limitations of modeling or monitoring and modeling thus far. And then she's going to hand it over to me, and I'm going to go into the facilitator mode. And in keeping with the spirit of Sigma and the requirements that we've talked about many times, this is where this balancing act between you all being provided technical information to consider, but then weighing in as people that live, citizens that live within this basin yourself, and acting as proxies for the people that you represent, and that whole idea of an experience. So Regina is going to talk about the technical items, and I'm going to look to hear from you as much as we can, whether you experience things the same as what Georgina's shown or differently, or if you feel like there's something that you've heard but is not really empirically proven, but it's things that you hear from constituents. Like I said, we're going to pause in between each aquifer discussion. Georgina's got certain slides she's not going to feed you immediately with, but rather we're going to keep for more background that she can toggle back and forth to show you some data rather than sort of, throw it all at you immediately. So we're going to try this method and see how it works. And then we will move from that, the groundwater level conditions, into the significant and unreasonable section. And our goal is to take the feedback that we get from you in this first part. Georgina and I will kind of try to sum that up near the end of this first part. And then we're going to use that as the building blocks to get into significant and reasonableness statements. So again, your engagement and your feedback as representatives, as citizens in this basin yourself in the next 30, 40 minutes is really important. So with that, Georgina, I'm handing it to you.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Okay, so like Dave says, I've got only 2 topics. Unfortunately, it's one of the main things in this basin that we have to talk about. So it is going to take a little bit of time, and it is technical in nature. But this whole GSP is very much hinged on groundwater levels. So much of the sustainability of the basin can only be understood with groundwater levels, because those levels are related to a number of the sustainability indicators we're required to address as part of Sigma. And I'm going to be trying to show you each of the aquifers separately. Each has its own history. What are the trends in groundwater levels in each of those aquifers, and where are we currently? Okay. So there's a little bit of a delay, I see. Okay, so my first slide is to show you where we have groundwater level data. Because what I say about groundwater level data is based off measurements of groundwater levels below ground surface in wells. They can be monitoring wells, which are the triangles that you see on this map are the locations of dedicated monitoring wells in the basin that measure groundwater levels, and the agencies measure them. And then the circles that you see there, the kind of greenish circles, those are extraction wells. And those also have data. They also monitor groundwater level data in those, because you need to know that for operations. So, you know, are you pumping that well too much? You know, what is its condition like? You have to monitor these things. So we have these data for these wells. Unfortunately, it's limited to the public water supply agencies. They're the only ones who collect this data regularly. So as you can see on this map, there are large areas where there are no wells. And those areas generally have either small water systems or private wells pumping groundwater. And the small water systems are required to report their production, but they don't monitor groundwater levels. And private wells generally don't monitor their production. They're not metered, and they don't monitor their groundwater levels. Some do, but that data never really gets funneled to an agency who would collect it, say the county. So I'm going to cover myself by saying what we know about the basin is pretty much limited to where there are these long-term records. There are some spotty other records, but you know, for a few years we have data from other points. But we need a long-term record to understand the basin, how it's reacted in the past to changes, climatic and human changes. And so the groundwater levels, I just want to go over this because you have seen a lot of hydrographs in the past, and the hydrographs are charts of groundwater levels in wells, and that hydrograph relates just to one well, to where the location of that well. If you see a hydrograph for one part of the basin, doesn't mean the whole basin looks like that. It's really just at that one point. And so you can also imagine that groundwater levels are like a gauge in a water storage tank. You have this measure on the side, a ruler, and you know how full your tank is by where the water is on that mark. And so when you measure a well, it's similar to that. You're measuring how far it takes to get your sounder to the water level. And then all the levels are converted to elevations, which is relative to sea level. So then everything's on the same datum. So then you can compare well to well, even if it's at a different, you know, one's on top of the hill and one's in a valley. Once you convert that depth to water to an elevation, everything's on the same datum, or it's all above sea level. So you can compare them and see which is a higher water level and which is a lower water level, and which way groundwater would probably be moving and on that gradient. So that is why having a monitoring network is important, and groundwater levels, like in a water storage tank, are going to tell you how full your basin is. So on the hydrograph, when you see the levels are high in elevation, that means the basin is fuller. When they're low in elevation, it means that it's got less water in it. But just at that point, remember, it's not for the entire basin, it's just at that point. And so you look at all of these wells, and that's how we can gauge the health of the basin, is based off these levels. Okay. I'm going to go into a summary again and a reminder of the basin's aquifers. We start with the Santa Margarita aquifer, and remember, like Dave said, for each aquifer, I'm going to show you the groundwater level conditions in that aquifer. I can't just say there's a generalized condition. Each aquifer has its own, so we have to go through each one. So we start off with the.
And Georgina, I want to let Lou know. Lou, I see your question. When we get to the first pause, I'll be coming to you first. Okay, just so you know. Go ahead, Georgina. Sorry, I just want to let Lou know that.
Okay.
Thank you.
The Santa Margarita aquifer is the shallowest, the uppermost productive aquifer, very productive, if you remember, and it's the namesake for the basin, and it's very permeable. Below that is the Monterey Formation, so it's this gray formation here. It's a shale. So as you can imagine, a shale is not like sand. It's much less permeable. So it is not really an aquifer, although it's sometimes the only thing people have available to them, and so they will produce from it. Below that is the Lompico aquifer, which is together with the Santa Margarita, the two primary aquifers in the basin. So there's a lot of water in this aquifer. Some parts of the basin, there is no Monterey Formation. It's missing. And that happens here on where this brown slug is, kind of on the map, on the top right. And so there is places where where this brown slug is, there is Santa Margarita directly on top of Lompico aquifer. So it will behave differently. And I'll get into how these aquifers interact with each other. Whoops. In a second. And then below that is the Butano aquifer, very deep. Not many people are pumping from here. The Scotts Valley Water District has wells that are over 1,000 feet that tap this aquifer. Okay, so now the blue arrows, what are those all about? Well, if you were a drop of water that landed on the Santa Margarita aquifer, let's start over here where there is no Monterey. If you landed on there, it's like, oh, I've landed in the playground. It's kind of like playground sand, and the water happily disappears, soaks up into the Santa Margarita aquifer. It percolates down, infiltrates further down, and it can recharge the Lompico aquifer. It's got no barriers to that movement of water. And then eventually, many, many years, it'll get down to the Butano aquifer. But at the same time as that's happening, there will be inflows from up gradients, so that's also moving into these aquifers. And then there's outflows as well happening to surface water, and inflows from surface water that kind of goes back and forth. But what I was trying to show here is that each of the aquifers, they all contribute to surface water base flows at some point. And so they all have their part to play. Now, if you were a drop of water landing over here where there is Monterey Formation, you would go through the Santa Margarita aquifer and then, oh, you hit this shale. That's not so easy to go through. And so we see a lot of springs emanating out of the valley sides, and that's at the contact of where the Santa Margarita and the Monterey are. And that's a good form of surface water for many of the creeks in the basin. And you can see these springs or seeps, and it's well known. In some places of the basin, there is no Santa Margarita, so that's why I've cut that away. And then rainfall would just fall directly on the Monterey Formation, and not much of it goes in again, and most of it's going to run off to the creeks. A little bit will get in and go down, but this is a cartoon. This is nothing scientific. What I was trying to do here is to make it as graphic as possible, to show you some concepts, and these are all concepts that are important for this discussion today. Okay, I have just a few more slides and a couple more slides, and then we're going to break. Okay, and any questions you have on this, I'm very happy to go back over them again. It is very important that we get this right. So the Santa Margarita Aquifer, again, this is a cartoon. This is pre-development, so pre-1970. This is kind of what the groundwater levels did. Okay, you had groundwater levels in the Santa Margarita Aquifer, and they would rise and fall depending on climate. So when it rains, this fills up really quickly, and groundwater levels rise. When it's a dry year, they drop down a little bit. You got no one pumping here, so this is a natural condition that's going. And there's these outflows to surface water happening all the time as well. Okay, so then with development, you have wells pumping. And in this part of the basin where there is no Monterey Formation, we found that the Santa Margarita got dewatered. The groundwater levels went down so that these shallow wells that would be up here, now they went dry. In fact, there were municipal wells by San Lorenzo Valley Water District and Scotts Valley Water District both had shallow Santa Margarita wells that went dry in the 90s. And so then they drilled deeper wells into the Lompico Aquifer. Right, and this map here is showing all this yellow that you see is where you find Santa Margarita Aquifer or sandstone. It's not the whole basin, it's just in the central portion. And where it's hatched, that means that there's another geology over it. So it's not the formation that's exposed to rainfall. In this area, there's some mudstones that overlie it. So where it's a solid yellow, that's where it's got direct access to rainfall recharge. And so it fills up easily here. Here, the rain's got to go through some kind of capping on the highlands here, and it's harder for it to be recharged, although it still has a lot of water in it. So there are private wells in this area that go through the mudstones, and they tap the Santa Margarita below. So I'm going to show you a hydrograph now, and I'm going to explain this hydrograph as best as I can, because I realized in the past I've shown you a lot of hydrographs, and I'm not really explaining what the hydrograph is showing in simple detail. So this first hydrograph that you see here, along the x-axis, along the bottom is always time, and this is years. Each of these numbers represents a 5-year period. And on the vertical axis is the groundwater elevation in feet above sea level. So at 640 feet above sea level, that's much higher than at 400. So these here are the lower, when the line drops down, that means groundwater levels have dropped. And when they rise, they've risen. There are quite a few hydrographs on this well. Probably not a good one to start with because it's not clear. The next one I'm going to show you is going to be much clearer. But what I wanted to show you is that this condition where the Santa Margarita Aquifer got dewatered in this southern area here, this is what happened. It's this. If you can follow my my arrow here, this pink line, see groundwater levels in the late 70s. They kind of rose up here, and then they dropped down. And this is a very dry period, which you'll see on the next chart. Is a dry period here, and the groundwater levels fell about 80 feet during this period. This is about roughly 10-year period. And then they rose up again, and here it's a wet period again. And so they rose and recovered about another 40 feet. So they're still about 40 feet lower than they were at their highest. And this is an older chart, but groundwater levels, as you'll see later, have pretty much stabilized in this aquifer. So the next chart that came up here, hydrograph, is for a well out in the Quail Hollow area. And this is a production well that San Lorenzo Valley Water District uses. It's one of 2 that are located there. And you can see it also responds really readily to the climate, what's happening. So here in the 90s is where you see that, where that drop happened on the other well in Pasatiempo area. There's a decline, and then when it got really wet, it recovered really quickly, much quicker than it did over a longer period, dry period. So, and then the fluctuations that you see each year are just the winter and summer cycles. And so this well has been pretty stable since then. And that happens out here. There is Monterey underneath it, but this is what's happened in this area. This area here, there was a lot of, in this area, the quarries were pumping. There was environmental remediation going on in Santa Margarita. There was a lot of extra stresses on the Santa Margarita that caused this condition that you see here. Okay, and then I've really only talked about the municipal pumping wells, but these blue dots that you see all over this map over here, these are locations of the majority of private pumping. So there are these pockets. There are big areas where there is little private pumping because that's where San Lorenzo is providing water and Scotts Valley Water Districts is providing water in this area here. There is Mount Herman as well. And then there are a number of small water systems as well. And what you see, these blue dots are the municipal production wells in the Santa Margarita. So you see there are none anymore in the southern part. There's no municipal pumping or you know, heavy pumping happening. It's just these private wells that pump roughly half an acre foot a year. But you know, there can be some dense clusters of them. And that's the story of Santa Margarita. And I'm going to pause there for Dave to facilitate some discussion of this meaty topic.
Okay, so hopefully everybody can hear me okay. I've got a number of folks in the queue. I want to throw out, before I go to the queue, I want to throw out a couple of key reminders of some things that Georgina's covered, but to reiterate. So one of the things we know is that there is, in fact, a disparity, again, between where there are wells and not wells, and where there are wells that we can use to get data from. So that is a limitation that we automatically have in this basin. I'm going to go to the folks in the queue. Before I do that, and that queue is Lou, Ruth, Doug, Chris, and then John Leopold, and that's the queue, and I'll remind back, and then after about 3 or 4 folks, I'm going to check in on the phones as well. As we go ahead with this, and like we said, we're going to then move on to the 3 remaining aquifers and talk about them similarly. I want you all to think about something, and hopefully this can prompt you to be getting into the queue either with a question or even a comment. When we get into the latter part of this presentation, we're going to start talking about significant and unreasonable conditions. And a couple things that we need to know and we need to hear you think about is, where is the impact taking place? Do you experience it yourself? Do you hear people talking about it in specific aquifers? How bad is it? Do you hear people saying, look, I feel like something's been going on in my well. It's not super horrible, but it's certainly not as good as it was. Or do you hear somebody saying, man, I don't have any access to my well anymore? That's a relative difference. One's kind of like, well, it's sort of bad. The other is, that's pretty darn bad. Is there a time period that you've heard things happen to? This is the kind of information we need to get from you tonight. It's kind of stuff I'm going to try to get from you as we go through question and answer. But for now, to start, I'm going to go back to the top. And I'm going to go to Lou. So Lou, please make sure that you are unmuted and you're in the queue. Go ahead.
Thanks, Dave. As Georgina pointed out on the map, there are no wells in the area between Ben Lomond and Boulder Creek. And I was just wondering if any thought has been given when we're adding those new monitoring wells that Perrette was talking about to putting some of those wells in that area between Ben Lomond and Boulder Creek. And my second question is looking at the ground level pictures or diagrams of the Santa Margarita and Lompico. It shows a delta of the height of the water. Is there any way that we can convert that into another measurement of volume, like gallons of water, because I think that might be more profound to some people than just a linear difference between two levels of water.
Georgina, go ahead.
Yeah, I can answer those two good questions there. I'll start with the last one first, since I'm on this slide. So to calculate a volume of water, yes, you need a groundwater level, and you need, if you wanted to do like the entire basin, you would need to know the base of the basin, and then the porosity of the effective porosity of where water can be stored in the aquifer. It's not, there's sand in there, so there's a lot of assumptions that goes into an estimation like that. And so to do it, analytically or some kind of equations, I would hesitate to do that. But fortunately, we do have the groundwater model, and that is going to provide us a water budget, and that includes a change in storage. It tells you when these groundwater levels change up and down, how much water you're gaining or losing when they move up and down. So that is something that we can do. Again, we hesitate to do it even with the model for the entire basin, because there are so many assumptions being made. Even in the model, there are some, we don't know exactly where every clay lens is in the basin, so you have to make assumptions about those, for example. And we also, we'd hope not to be orders of magnitude off, but that not many people do. It's a more a theoretical thing if you calculate the volume of your basin, because not all of it is usable. Some of it might be too deep to use, so there is only a usable portion. But that number would be huge. It would be, tens of, maybe, I'm not sure, but tens of thousands of acre feet. The ground, and so I think what you're getting at, though, if you had like a 1 foot change in water level, what would that do to the volume of water in the basin or in a certain area, I think is maybe what you're getting to. Am I right, Lou?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, what I'm getting to is the fact that if you're wanting to replace the water in the aquifer, you have to start with some sort of an idea of how much you're going to be putting back in.
Right. And again, that's where the model is so handy, is that we can simulate that and say, okay, this is the water we have available. We put it in this one location because it's very location driven. It's going to have this impact right around it. And that impact might extend out several miles, or, it won't cover the whole basin, but this is what it does for this location with this amount of water. And the model is going to tell us how the groundwater levels rise in that area based off that simulation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Lou. Let's go to Ruth in the queue.
Wait, Dave.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dave,
go ahead, Jordan.
Dave, I just want to answer his other question about
Right.
wells in the Boulder Creek, Ben Lomond area. So if I do remember that we prioritized wells that are close to where impacts are likely to be for if any projects or management actions happen. We focus in the areas where we know there are problems, and in the basin, because these actually, anything that the agency does to achieve sustainability will be only in certain areas. We do need this information out in the rest of the basin, and the county has a private well monitoring program, which they have quite a lot of wells in the neighboring Santa Cruz Mid-County basin. And I know that Sierra's trying to start to reach out to get other parts of the Santa Margarita basin also included in that program. So at this point, we didn't, in that money that was allocated, I don't believe we have any out in the area that you pointed out. But again, in the GSP implementation part of the plan, we will be talking about doing we can prioritize these wells and say, you know, in 5 years, 10 years, we need to have these wells put in.
Thank you.
Perrette, did you? I know that Lou had sort of referenced that to Perrette as well. So Perrette, did you have anything else that you wanted to add to that question about locations of wells? Otherwise, I'm going to move on to Ruth.
No, I think Georgina covered it, but Rick Rogers might have something to add maybe to this question.
Rick?
Yeah, I
You
do.
there?
San Lorenzo Valley has explored areas between Ben Lomond and Boulder Creek. I do believe we did 3 test wells, and all 3 of them came up with salt water. You know, the topography or the geology changes really big time from Ben Lomond, which is a very sandy, the Santa Margarita, till you get up into the Brookdale and Boulder Creek area. But we have tried 3 test type wells, and all 3 came up with salt water, and the district pretty much abandoned anything you know, north of Ben Lomond.
Okay, thank you very much,
Rick,
Rick.
do you know what the salinity level is in that water?
It was a long time ago, Lou. It was like 40 years plus. I know John Ricker also knows a little bit about those as well. But if you want information, we can dig.
John, anything you can immediately add to that? John Ricker?
Well, the area I think Rick is talking about was to the west of the San Lorenzo River. I know we did get some salty wells in the Lompico there, and they're pretty darn salty. I can't remember exactly how much, but not feasible for use. The area Lou may have been asking about is, you know, in the basin on the east side of the river, there are a number of private wells in that area. I was just looking at the database to see what the data is that we have on them. So far, nobody's really jumped forward to offer to have us do monitoring on their wells, but we may, you know, if there's some areas that we need to get some information for, we might be able to go ahead and do some targeted outreach to folks and see if we can get some well measurements out there.
And that may very well be a decision that you as a board will have to make, even a unpopular one. But as a regulatory agency of groundwater, that is something you can consider, as a matter of fact. Difficult, challenging, but you could consider it. Georgina, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, establishing monitoring wells anywhere in the basin is a good thing. And, you know, getting levels just once off levels from somewhere from when they drilled a well is not very useful in terms of monitoring long-term trends in a basin. So although, yeah, I think that more effort should be made in trying to establish some private wells to become monitoring wells that the county comes out and monitors the water levels twice a year. It's not very invasive, I think, for them to come and do that. It would provide more long-term robust data.
All right, let's go to Ruth. Ruth, go ahead. Make sure you're unmuted, and you got a question?
Yeah, I'm concerned about all those little blue dots, all those wells in the Santa Margarita, and wondering, just extrapolating, say we have a 10-year drought, and a lot of those wells would go dry, but they're very far from the San Lorenzo extraction wells. So I'm wondering what sort of management actions we could do to protect that in the event of a catastrophic drought, I mean.
And Ruth, before some folks choose to answer that, a question to you is, you know, as a resident in this basin, as a elected official, do you hear from people expressing not only that kind of concern, but also that they experienced impacts in the last drought? What did you hear or know, if at all?
Well, since we're not dealing with extracting from the Santa Margarita, it's not a big issue. I do remember a while ago putting an offer in on a property a little bit to the south of our district, but not far, and being told that my well would probably go dry in 20 years if things continued the way they were going. Things haven't continued the way they're going, but a 10-year drought could have the same effect as excessive pumping.
Okay. All right. So Ruth has posed that question. Georgina, I see you queuing up, and then we'll look to not only staff, but that's a really excellent question from Ruth for other members of the board to weigh in on as well. If you wish to respond or give your thoughts about what Ruth had asked, I would ask it in the chat box. You say maybe write the word comment-Ruth, so I know that you're trying to respond immediately to Ruth's comment, not unlike how we would be in a room together and all of a sudden I'd see a bunch of hands go up in response. That's sort of the best way I can do that. So we have the queue, which is Doug and then Chris, but again, we want to hear not only from staff, but other members of the board should you choose to respond to Ruth. So we'll go to Georgina first, and then I'll check and see who else might want to get into the queue to respond to Ruth.
You know what? I think it's more important that we go on with the queue.
Okay. Anybody else want to respond to Ruth's question about the what kinds of protections could be afforded to these private pumpers in a catastrophic drought condition?
There is two, Dave, there. Scroll down.
Okay. Sorry, I'd forgotten to do that. So let's go to Jack, and then let's go to John. Thank you, Parrot.
Okay,
Jack,
well, that isn't exactly what I was going to say, but I had a comment or question to add on to what Ruth asked, because I was thinking along the same lines. Have we had very many private wells go dry where folks had to give them up or dig a new well? Have we had a lot of those? Do we know?
Okay.
I can address that question. The last drought was interesting because we really did not seem to have very many wells go dry. We had a big increase in the number of well permits. Well, about a 35% increase in the number of well permits that over what we normally get in a year for supplemental wells and replacement wells. And I asked the well drillers, I said, well, are people's wells going dry? And they said no, but they're worried they might. So they're drilling, they're wanting to drill additional wells just so they have a backup supply. So the concern was out there, but we didn't really document any significant numbers of wells actually going dry. We did see a lot more of that during the drought in the 70s, where a lot of the older wells were fairly shallow and they did go dry, particularly in Bonnie Doon area. And we saw a lot of people drilling, going from a 100-foot well to a 300-foot well. So some of the impacts of the droughts we've already had have already shaken out. The people have already gone deeper. But if we start to have more severe droughts or reduced groundwater recharge, we may see another round of wells going dry. A lot of these wells are relatively deep, so they're drawing good water column, so they do have more resilience than the older ones that basically just sort of stopped when they hit the first water.
Hey, John, I'm going to continue the queue, but I'm going to throw a suggestion out to you. You may not be privy to it, but you can keep periodically cutting in and out. And are you using the audio, the online audio right now, John?
I am using the online audio.
Okay, I'm going to suggest that you stay online, but you mute your microphone online, and perhaps consider calling in and using phone-based audio for yourself, because your input is obviously very important, and you keep cutting in and out. It's not quite as bad as Chris was earlier, but it's still fairly challenging at times. So you'll definitely need to mute yourself, and Larry, you'll probably need to mute yourself right now too, as you're coming back on board. But you may want to try that, John. Okay.
Okay, I'll try that. I guess that's country living.
That okay. I'm gonna go to Doug Engfer in the queue, and then I'm gonna pause, see if anybody on the phone wants to get in the queue from the board, and then next in the queue will be Chris and John Leopold and Dale and Jack, who had been wanting to get in. Actually, Doug, you had a comment to Ruth's comment as well, so you can get a twofer out of you here. You can respond to Ruth and then go ahead with your question.
Cool. Yeah, apropos of the subject that Ruth brought up, and it's going to be kind of more at a conceptual level than a pragmatic level, but not inconsistent with a lot of the other investments that City of Santa Cruz is making in, our water system resiliency and water supply augmentation, to the extent that, say, we were to get involved with some aquifer storage up in the Santa Margarita, there would be not only ancillary benefits to base flows, which you'd anticipate, at least out of the Santa Margarita, but there'd probably also be some ancillary benefit to maybe even public, but private wells that happen to be in the areas where we'd be doing that work. So that might help mitigate some of the concerns, at least anecdotally. Again, it would be geographically specific. A more generalized benefit might be if there were to be some conjunctive use type projects like we're working on with SoCal Creek right now, where more wells could be rested if there are ways for us to get water to folks. So as we start thinking about management actions and projects, we might want to think about what some of those knock-on benefits might be to some of the stuff that we contemplate perhaps doing.
Okay.
Moving on from there to the questions I had, Lou covered one of my areas of question. The other one I have has to do with some of these more conceptual representations of what's going on, both between the various aquifers and between the aquifers and surface water. And I'm wondering whether relatively or absolutely, or whether you want to think of it as qualitative or quantitatively, you can help us understand, how much water is sticking in these aquifers, how much is flowing through various levels, and how much is flowing out. And I know it's going to vary, and it's going to be, it depends, and it's certainly going to be different for different aquifers. It's also going to vary by water year, but is that a knowable thing? Do we know it now? If we don't, when will we know it?
I'll answer that, Dave. Again, there's no measurements of these flows, so we have to simulate it using a model. This is something where the model is useful. And using the old model that we're busy updating, we're not at the point where we can extract all this data out that you've just described about, inter-aquifer flows and flows to surface water, all of that. That we can get, we're going to get all of that from the model. But from the Kennedy-Jenks model, the one that we're updating, we do know that about 68% of the basin flows are coming from, that go into the surface water, come from the Santa Margarita aquifer. About 13 and 15 comes from Monterey and the Butano, also about 13%, I think. And then the Lompico is only about 6%. And the reason for that is that the creeks flow over very little of the Lompico sandstone. And so these interactions are mostly happening where the creeks flow over those aquifers, where they're exposed at the surface or below the creek alluvium. So that's kind of the scale of that. I think that's an interesting thing. And I was going to go into that in more detail in this presentation, but we've tried to pare down this presentation, so it's not going to be so long. And also we have Balance Hydrologics, who's actually on the phone too, listening to this. You'll be hearing from them on surface water at some point, and they'll be talking more about that with the benefit of the model as well. So that's kind of, I can only tell you those numbers for the outflow, here, for this interaquifer movement of water. I don't have that information on top of my head, but it was in the old model report, and we will be updating this with the new model information.
Doug, did that get to the heart of your question? Doug, you with us?
Yeah, I was giving you a thumbs up there, trying to save a little bandwidth. But yeah,
Oh.
that was great. Thank you.
Okay, and then while we're on the topic, again, to the point of impact, or the issue of impact, again, the same question. Have you experienced it? Have you heard of people that have experienced impacts in this shallow aquifer? You know, just sort of when you're chatting with folks, just generally having a conversation. Anything you want to report?
Speaking for myself, I mean, and as regards surface flows, you know, we've heard a number of folks at our meetings talk about, you know, how various creeks behave and behave spatially along their run as well as seasonally. So coming to grips with the porosity or whatever of the various aquifers, and therefore ultimately our ability to really have a sustainable impact on those groundwater levels is something I'm pretty interested in.
All right, thank you. Okay, on the online queue is Chris and then John Leopold, but I'm going to check in on the phone first. Let's go to the phone again with board members. I will then check in with members of the public in a little while, so please don't give up hope, members of the public. But for right now, going to do we have any board members on the phone only that would like to get in the queue? Unmute yourself, please, as a reminder. Checking again, any board members on the phone only that would like to get into the queue? All right, hearing none, seeing none, then I'm going to move on. Chris Perry, you're up, and then John Leopold, you'll be after Chris. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? I just called in.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So this is just a little bit of lay person, and I'm trying to think for other lay people looking at some of these graphs. One thing that as a board member has always kind of bugged me is that the top of the graph doesn't start at 0. It starts at 640 or whatever the elevation is, and then it gets smaller as you go down in depth. That's very counterintuitive for me to look at. I'd rather see ground be 0, and then how many feet am I down? This makes more sense. And the way that we do the graphs, it gives the impression that we're at the bottom of the aquifer, right? Because you only go down a certain depth. So it looks like, you know, that red line is touching empty. And that's not really, I mean, it's down about, I'm just looking about 300 feet, right? Maybe 320 feet, 40 feet. So I think when we do graphs, especially for the general public, I think it's always kind of helpful, even though this might not be what is done among hydrologists. And we always use, you know, the elevation you're at. But I'm just speaking as, you know, especially for people who are not even as experienced as I am in water, that they're really going to look at it and just scratch their head and go, well, how many feet is that? You know, you got to get your calculator out. So that's just an aside. And I know a lot of people, not a lot, I know more than several people that have wells in the, you know, general area. And yeah, even in the last drought, none of them had any problem that I ever heard about.
All right. Thank you very much for that input. Georgina, any response you'd want to make to Chris's suggestion about various ways to adjust infographics here? Georgina, you may be muted.
I hear what you're saying, and it's just very difficult to compare one well to another well if you're doing depth. So for one example, you could never put a bunch of wells together because they all have different depths to water, and you wouldn't be able to tell, well, this well here is at a higher, its groundwater levels are higher, because it doesn't matter where you are above, below land surface so much as where you are relative to other parts of the basin or other wells, which is why we do it like this. It's kind of normalized to elevation. So when you're comparing a lot of data together to do depth to water is not as useful for sure. But if you're just talking about a location, and depth to water is fine. So if you say, this landowner has a well, and you could do everything in depth to water because you're only talking about that one well. But as soon as you start comparing to other wells, you have to normalize that. Otherwise, the data don't make sense. Sorry.
How about on the other side, on the right-hand side of the graph, you could have actual depth.
Again, you can only do that if it's one well plotted, because every well will be at a different depth to water. If a well is on top of a hill.
Yes, I get it.
Okay.
Yes, if you just had one at a time, like here's this well, here's that well.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
you could do that. But if you're doing it here, like with multiple wells, so the one of the graph, the hydrograph on the left, you could do that.
Right. And then just comment in general how it looks like you're at the bottom of the aquifer.
No, because it's not.
I think
it's relative.
Misleading.
It's not. It's relative to sea level. So it's.
No, I understand. I'm just saying that how deep is the granitic layer underneath the aquifer in the deepest section?
Oh, like 2,000 feet.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, but you can't plot that.
Well, no, I wouldn't plot the whole thing, but there's, it would be helpful to just see, because it gives the impression that you're at the very bottom, and you're scraping the bottom.
I see how you might think that. Yeah.
I think the common person looks at it and goes, "Oh my God, there's only this much water left."
So I think the takeaway here is that there are different forms of data. There's data that needs to be used for specificity, and then there is data that needs to be used for broader informational purposes and essentially conceptual purposes, not unlike the yellow, beige, blue conceptual modeling or cross section that Georgina's done. And I think something we can look into is ways in we can make conceptual versions a little more detailed, but not get overly busy, to show some of these relative conditions that you're talking about, Chris. But Georgina is pointing out that from a data management and analysis perspective, there are limits to how useful that can be for a technician such as Georgina. So there's different people and they have different needs, and that's the reality.
Right. I'm just thinking of the people that have to consume this information,
right,
not for the techniques.
Right. Okay, let's go to John Leopold. John, be sure to unmute yourself and go ahead. And also, Georgina, I want to remind you, if you think there's a point in time where you would want to, notwithstanding what Chris had just said, if you want to advance that last slide that we had sort of in the queue here, staged up to show more specific conditions in various parts of the Santa Margarita. Admittedly, it's more hydrographs, but I just want you all to see that we've got some of this data should be needed to field some more specific questions. So, John, may not be about that, but go ahead.
Thank you. Georgina had mentioned in her presentation that in looking at the hydrographs that there were some other stressors on the Santa Margarita aquifer, some environmental remediation, the quarry, etc. Are those still going on, or is that leveled out, or is it still drawing water?
No, both those, the quarries and the remediation pumping have stopped. And they started tapering off in the 2010-ish. So they're no longer pumping. And so as you can see over in the hydrographs that we've added in the area where the remediation was happening here at one of the shell sites, at Camp Eva's, groundwater levels have flattened out. Over here in Pasadena Tempo, with closer to the quarry, there you've had a recovery, and it's been pretty flat since then. So I have another chart later on that shows the effects of overall pumping in this area on groundwater levels, and also, you know, the volume of pumping, how that changed over time, and how that related to groundwater levels changes.
Okay, thank you.
And
Great.
you're very
Thank you.
patient, John, I have to say. I think you were one of the first comments, and you end up talking a lot.
I'll always ask when I need to.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I'll go to Dale. Dale Pollock, you're on. Make sure to unmute yourself.
Thanks, Dave. Well, what John just asked about was what I was going to comment on too, and it was just a point of information that Mount Hermon's first well that we drilled back in 1990, which was in Santa Margarita, and has gone dry since then, and since then we've had to drill 2 additional wells that are down into the Long Pico. But it was during that quarry pumping that we saw the most significant drops in our water levels in our wells, and wasn't until the quarry stopped pumping that we saw those water levels stop dropping. And so, just for you, Georgina, that was pretty significant for our wells, that during that quarry pumping, that's when we saw the dramatic drops in the groundwater levels in our wells. And I can only think in the San Lorenzo wells that are close to ours as well. But since then, since the quarry has stopped pumping, those water levels have kind of stabilized. But the Santa Margarita well is still, we're still not able to pump that one. That one's still below pumping level.
Hey Dale, how much? So if you lost functionality of that well and you went to a different well, how much deeper did you have to go?
So the first well, that Santa Margarita well, was 490 feet. So it was mostly in Santa Margarita and then slightly into the Long Pico. And then our subsequent wells have gone 740 and 900 feet.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next in the queue is Jack, and then I believe we're going to move on to the next aquifer discussion. So Jack, go ahead, unless you'd already posed when you spoke previously.
I already spoke. Thanks.
All right. Okay, so this is great. Thank you, everybody, for the active level of feedback. I see a point from Donna. I'm going to go ahead and read it. Chris made a good point that she's heard community comments misunderstanding the charts in the same way Chris has. Lay people don't often know how to interpret the charts and maps. It was something that she didn't understand when she had first joined. So that's a reiteration that if there's a way as we continue here that, like we said, we can provide information for the techno people who need to see it in a certain way, but also the lay person who may just really get more info out of it if it's done in a different way. So I think that's certainly something we should be considering and see what can be done. All right, so with that, thank you, Donna. And Georgina, why don't we move on to the next aquifer, please? Georgina?
Yeah, it's not advancing. Hold on. Okay. So the next one, if you remember on the conceptual diagram, is this poor little Monterey formation. That's not really much of an aquifer. It's very fine grained, shaly kind of unit. It's actually the one where the salty water is in that I've talked to you. Well, salty, it's a high little saline water, but I think where Rick was talking up north there, and it is quite salty. The inset map at the top right is showing you where the gray is showing you where the Monterey is. It's everywhere, just about everywhere in the basin. The basin is this dark black line that you see. And it's overlain by Santa Margarita and younger formations where you see the hatch pattern. So it's exposed at the surface where you see the solid gray color. And it's quite a lot of the basin, and there are definitely people that are pumping from it. You can sustain, if it's not salty, and you can sustain a household on it. It used to be pumped more in the early days before people started pumping in the Lompico. That's the water agency started pumping deeper. We talked about the shallow Santa Margarita wells, or they also had Lompico wells. And in this whole basin, the only record of groundwater level data we have for the Monterey Formation is at one point. It's Scotts Valley Water District Well 9, and this is its groundwater elevations. So it dropped from 500 feet down to 300 feet. So it is very similar to the Lompico Formation, and I think these are this well where this arrow is pointing to where the well is. It's right at this edge here, where the Lompico is well, where the Monterey is almost missing, and this gap here that you see on the map is where there's no Monterey Formation. So this well 9 is right over here. So it responds fairly similarly to the Lompico, the same drop that you see. But since then, that hydrograph has been increasing gradually over time and has recovered over 50 feet. And it actually is still increasing. This line here, this goes to the last 2 years of data are not plotted on here, but it continues to rise at about the same rate. So again, there's no one really pumping it down here, and there probably are private wells pumping out in the rest of the basin here and there. Although, there are some areas up here where it is salty. It's not very relied on aquifer, but if it's all you have, that's all you have. And that's all I can say about this. So again, sorry, Dave, is that putting some other monitoring wells or out in the Monterey might be useful. It's not that important of an aquifer, so I wouldn't put it as a high priority, but it would be nice to know a little bit more about that aquifer.
Ruth, go ahead. You're in the queue with a question. Make sure you're unmuted.
Yes, I'm unmuted now. And is the Monterey, since it's such a fine-grained material, is it actively recharging? Is it rechargeable?
Yes. So over here on this conceptual diagram, I show here where there are areas like where it's a solid gray, where rainfall does fall on it. I don't know. It's definitely much less infiltrates compared to the Santa Margarita. Maybe like 5% of it rainfall might get in there, whereas almost 100% is going to get into the Santa Margarita. So yes, it recharges a little, through fractures and things like that. They cause preferential pathways, and it does get in that way.
So if somebody's got a well in the Monterey and it goes dry, would there be any management activities we could do to recharge it? It doesn't seem like it's very rechargeable.
Well, it's also getting, like if it was Monterey down here, the recharge that happens here, it does flow down. So over time, if there was a wet period, groundwater levels in it will increase. I mean, you're seeing it right here where it is increasing. It definitely is possible. It just takes longer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go to Lois. Lois Henry, you wanted to chat about the Monterey. Please go ahead.
Well, I have a certain amount of history with the Monterey, which Perrette knows. Well, Rick Rogers knows. But you realize the Lompico Water District was totally in the Monterey aquifer. That was it, period. And that's where our wells were. And in 2013, we were named as, I think, one of 17 water companies, mutuals, districts that could run out of water in about 90 days. And the state, in all their wisdom, gave us 100% grant with SLV, or I don't know what we would have done, because we were down to pumping about 40 gallons a minute. We had over 500 customers. And even so, people living in Lompico believed it was a lie that we didn't have water. And I'm just throwing this out so you know, some of you may not know that. Some of you who've been in the water business for a long time, John Ricker knows, and our supervisors know about it, I believe. But I just wanted the rest of you to know Monterey was so bad in Lompico that when I went to groundwater to Monterey, what was the name of it, Perrette, back there before it was the Santa Margarita Groundwater Agency?
The advisory committee?
I went, it was like we didn't even exist in anybody's mind. And we're so totally unimportant that
No, we were always happy to see you, Lois.
I know you just love seeing me, but it was one of those things where I don't know what would have happened to us without the state and without SLV. It was a very, very difficult time. And I'm looking right now at what I think is going to be a bad drought. Not that I know anything about that, but it just seems like there might be, of course, Lompico doesn't exist anymore, Lompico Water District, so no problem. But there are people in Lompico wonder why SLV doesn't use our wells. And you can't convince them because there's no water.
Right.
Anyway, that's all.
That's a great story. It's true story, Lois. So I appreciate that. I don't know very much about Monterey either, and I'm learning from you. So thank you.
Are there, hey, Lois or others, are there, you know, because of this risk factor, particularly for the Monterey, and again, what we're trying to aim on tonight is the idea of where there are significant unreasonable impacts. Are there other water providers and purveyors, other mutual water companies or similar that we know of that are in the Monterey that are therefore similarly at risk to how Lompico was?
I can tell you there are no others. The others are taking advantage of the Santa Margarita, the other small water systems.
Okay.
Although
Well,
Lompico wasn't a small water system, it was a bit bigger than that. So.
Okay. All right. Well, that's encouraging. All right. We're going to otherwise move on to the discussion about the Lompico, but I want to check in on the phone. So, any members of the board on the phone that would like to get into the queue, please unmute your phone. Anybody want to get in at this time and ask a question or make a comment? All right, I'm actually going to pause here before we're sort of about midway through. I'm going to actually check in with the public as well, so members of the public aren't having to wait unduly long. So I know we have some members of the public. Maybe they are acting as staff or consultants to other organizations or not. Regardless of your relationship to the Santa Margarita program, now is the time for members of the public at an interim stage. Do you have any questions or comments? I'll look first online to see if anybody uses the chat box. If so, please indicate that you've got a question or comment. And after that, then I will go to the phone and see if any members of the public on the phone would like to weigh in. And again, notwithstanding that we did a test with some folks, We obviously heard from Eden earlier, reasonably posed the question and concern that we're not hearing from members of the public. We know that these virtual meeting conditions can be kind of a chilling effect, and yet it's what we have to work with. So as a member of the public, if you're there, if you're with us tonight, please weigh in if you want to. I'm not seeing anybody online. Anybody on the phone? All right. Sometimes I feel like I'm a bad late night radio talk show host and I can't get anybody to call in. I'm going to start making more and more provocative topics here to see who I light a fire under. All right. We're going to move ahead then. So, Georgina, why don't you take us on to the Lompico?
Okay, here we are, Lompico. It's a pity you didn't have the Lompico right for your wells, Lois. It would have been better, right? So because the Lompico is the second primary aquifer after the Santa Margarita aquifer, and in the map over here, it shows you where it's found. Again, it's throughout the basin, but almost throughout, just that northern edge there. It doesn't have any Lompico. The difference here is there's much less of the Lompico is exposed at the surface. So most of it is hatched, meaning it's overlain by Monterey primarily. And there's a thin ribbon, tiny little thin ribbon along the top here. And you see these blue lines are the creeks. It crosses them. It crosses that little ribbon. And that's why the Lompico has a very small amount of water that flows out to creeks. It's because it only intersects a little bit. There's some over here in this area, the boundary with the Mid-County Basin. And so, as you can imagine, this is also now an aquifer that has limited recharge. The recharge has got to pass through the Santa Margarita and the Monterey to get into the Lompico, except for in this little area here, if you remember, where the Monterey is missing, and it represents this condition. So along this thin ribbon over here, we have rainfall infiltrating into that sandstone and filling up that aquifer, or recharging that aquifer, and then down into the Butano aquifer. But groundwater levels, as we all know, similar to the Lompico there, they dropped. And in 1985 is the beginning of the drop. There's this big dry period that you see. The brown color is below is critically dry. The kind of orangey brown is a dry period. The yellow is average or normal, and the blue is a wet year, above average. So you can see here that this is related to this drop happen. And there was also the quarry pumping. There was also remediation happening at this time, and population growth, which I'll talk to you a bit more about. And then the blue here, there's, so the levels that you see here are in response to both climate and how much was being pumped at the time. And I'm going to stop there to find out if people have if they've heard anything about this aquifer in particular.
All right, so same general approach. We're looking to hear from folks about things that they've heard. Again, we're sort of leading our way towards posing these questions about significance and unreasonableness. So impacts, things that you've heard, things that you know of yourself, the relative level of those impacts, the time period. So please use the chat button so we can see who wants to get into the queue. Anybody?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Who is that?
This is Bruce.
Go ahead, Bruce.
I just said overall, earlier it was said that the small private water companies, they don't monitor wells. If we don't have a read on those, can we tell what's their impact on the water supply from the whole basin? If we don't get a response or have any information from private companies, I don't know how big they are or how many there are really in the whole aquifer. I'm just wondering that can we get a true read of what
what is needed or what we have to do without, if we don't get that information from them? Or did I understand that correctly?
Georgina,
So,
any thoughts?
yeah, I'll try. I'm not sure if I understood completely. So they do report their pumping to the county, and maybe John can fill in for me. They do have to report how much they pump. They don't, I don't think, John, they don't take groundwater levels regularly. As a GSA, the GSA could request, I guess, that levels be taken and reported. But Dave, sorry, John, do you have anything to add on that? Did you understand Bruce's question better than I did?
John, you may be muted. Or maybe you're just barking at this point, John. It's hard to tell. John Ricker, you with us? Hey, Bruce, I mean, I'll check in. Are you basically saying, are you asking from the standpoint, Bruce, that if we don't have an accurate summary of what all the different uses are in the various aquifers, and particularly from water purveyors, are you asking the question of how can we accurately therefore assess what the impacts to a particular aquifer are and what the impacts to, overall sustainability are? If you really don't know what the uses are, how can you determine whether you're sustainable or not? Is that what you're basically getting at?
That's exactly right. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we see that, we see examples of that in other parts of the state, particularly where there are large tribal land holdings, and tribes, as you'll recall, are particularly federally designated or recognized tribes who are sovereign and are therefore exempt from complying with SGMA. Now, there are a number of tribes that are actively engaging and participating, but they're not required to. And so there have been some of these questions in certain parts of the state where there are particularly large tribal land holdings as to what a GSA is going to do when a very significant portion of the basin is made up by tribal lands and they can't necessarily get the necessary data to accurately determine the basin impacts. So it's not an unreasonable question in any part of the state where you may have some users who aren't reporting. John, you're there, so let's go to you now.
So can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, I had to both unmute my phone and unmute my computer, even though I'm talking on the phone, so that's interesting. Yeah, we do require them to report their monthly water pumpage, their extraction. We've been doing that for a number of years now, and so we do have data from the small water systems on how much they're pumping every month. We also know who's hooked up, how many parcels, how many connections they have. So we do have information on them. We don't have the groundwater levels, and that's probably a good place to start, where we can. We already have a pretty good working relationship with them, and we could start measuring groundwater levels out there with them. That's a good place to start.
Bruce, did that
thank you.
At least partly answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
And John had a response to Bruce.
Right, I just saw that. So John Leopold?
No, with John Ricker back, he got the information that I was going to try to share. So.
Okay. It's the battle of the Johns. Happens all the time. Okay, let's see. So Chris Perry, you are next in the queue. Go ahead, please.
I was just going to comment on the unique nature of the relative isolation of the Lompico in terms of direct recharge. There's only a few spots where it touches the Santa Margarita. And that's one of the things that makes it a good candidate for injection recharge. So that's something we talk about a lot. And there's clearly room to recharge the Lompico also, although 200 feet is not the bottom. But, and as we talk about a lot, for the more than a decade, it's been a very stable aquifer for us. It's been basically moving in a line across. So it's been dependable, I will say.
Okay.
And in fact, I want to add to that, Chris. I forgot to mention that it has actually recovered about I don't know. This is, like I said, this is the last 2 years. The groundwater levels now are, they've almost recovered 50 feet over the last 10 years. So in this one location, again, it's not for the whole aquifer, but in this area, these wells are all pumping Lompico down here. And some of this has got to do with Scotts Valley Water District moving their pumping up north here to where these wells are screened in both Lompico and in Butano. So this area here has San Lorenzo Valley Water District's wells pumping over here, and then this Scotts Valley Water District wells pumping through here, all in the Lompico. So even though those have all been pumping continuously for years, the levels have definitely stabilized out here, and that includes during the recent drought. So, and in fact, they were kind of increasing because the demand was reduced, and the conservation and all of that came into effect during the drought. It all played a part to helping keep these groundwater levels stable and not causing the drops that other parts of the state saw.
All right, thank you. And actually,
Okay,
Georgina, why don't we, while use you, I know that you wanted to like pause here a little bit and then go on to some of those other more particularly technical slides. So let's continue on with you at this point.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, here there's a lot of data, but often when we try and figure out what is causing these groundwater level declines, you have to kind of superimpose other data on it. And so here we have a hydrograph that's the same one you just saw with the drop. These W's are wet periods. So these are periods where it was wet, and the D's are where it's dry. So I've really I've called those out. I've also summarized the drop in feet of groundwater in each of these dry periods. And so it's been subsequently decreasing. Like I just said, there was someone's talking. I'm not sure if they're asking a question. No.
No,
Okay.
I think folks need to be just very cognizant of that. Make sure they're muted. I think that was just somebody background conversing. So folks, do please keep yourself muted unless you're otherwise engaging in the Q&A portion.
Okay, so what I did here, I thought, it's definitely climate has been played a big role here, but I know that because this aquifer is below a bunch of other aquifers that or geological formations, that it's not going to respond so quickly. What it's responding also to is how much is pumped. Now this is a bar chart showing you the relative volumes of groundwater pumped in that southern area, the Scotts Valley area. And the two blue colors are the public water supply agencies, Scotts Valley Water District, San Lorenzo Valley Water District, and Mount Herman. The green is our private well pumping. The orange are the quarries, and the red is the remediation. Now you see in this period where the biggest drop was happening, pumping in that area was ramping up, and it increased, and it happened, and there was quarry pumping, there's a lot of remediation pumping happening then, actually even more than all the private pumping. And combined with that really dry period is the reason for the 200-foot decline in groundwater levels that we saw. And then pumping, the taller the bar, the more pumping is happening, up to 3,500 acre feet a year over that. And it peaked here in about just after 2000. And then since then, there's been a much sharper decline of pumping in that area as the ramp up was. And And right now, like we were sitting without any remediation pumping, that stopped in 2016, and the quarry pumping stopped in 2003. So, Dale was talking also about his wells responding to, or his one well responding to the quarry pumping. So all of that reduction of pumping, even though there are still some dry periods, groundwater levels have remained fairly stable. The last decline, bigger decline, happened here when there was 70 foot. That was when we were tapering off from that high, and there was a 5-year dry period. Followed by 2 years of wet, kind of increased levels a bit. Then there was another, at this point, we must have been pumping too much in this area because groundwater levels declined. Yes, it was another 4-year drought here, decline. Then there was, was the recent drought. And at this level, it seems this area is much more sustainable at this level of pumping here. And since then, now we have been increasing, even though there is dry. This year, for example, is less than 50% probably of average rainfall. So it's going to be a very dry year. And we never know what the next year brings. But John Ricker pointed out to me and gave me this chart here that, this is showing you population increase. This is for the whole county, and this here is for Scotts Valley, city of Scotts Valley. There was a lot, this increase happened in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And unfortunately, we do not have groundwater level data here. We start in 1980 with that data. So we actually don't really know in any of the aquifers what was happening prior to that. I just wanted to point that out to you. Are there any questions discussion points on this?
Well, I was actually going to go. I appreciate the comment that Eden has made. So Eden, I would like to actually come to you, and before I go, open up the floor for other impact-related questions. But again, we're looking for feedback. What about this is particularly helpful that you'd like to point out to us, Eden, that could kind of help us for future infographics?
Yeah, the sort of infographic picture of it, the fact that the top piece is integrated with the bottom piece with the wet and dry years lined up with the pumping so that you can see the direct correlation. I like the graphic that John Ricker has added in, even though it doesn't necessarily apply to the same range of years. These types of interconnected sets of charts would, I think, help not only us, but the general public a lot better understand what we're working with or up against.
Okay, that's very helpful. Georgina, do you think that as we move forward, is this an anomaly or is this an example of things that we could be doing? And when I say we, like I have anything to do with it, right? I have zero to do with it. But Georgina, anything that you could do similar to this kind of a graphic?
No, this is it. No,
okay,
I think I'll try and other opportunities, but we're limited with the amount of data that we have, and what I'm providing you today is pretty much all the data we have on this topic. We're not going to suddenly go out and get any more. We have to make decisions on this information here that we have today. But yes, we're going to be covering other sustainability indicators, and where possible, I'm definitely going to do this. It makes my life much easier.
All right, so the commitment, Eden, is if nothing else, we're just going to keep throwing this graphic up over and over and over again in meetings because it makes you happy. So we've got that.
It may be all the data that we have for this type of thing, but I think it does give a good example of when the model is complete, sort of the types of interrelated pieces of information that would be nice to have the model pump out or have a template for it to create for our current times.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, definitely. All right, we want to pause again before we move on to the last discussion about the last aquifer, the Butano. So same drill. Any last comments or questions that folks have, either questions about things that you've seen, again, similar to my prior comments that people have about impacts that they've experienced, that they've heard about, that they think are important for other members and the members of the public that might be with us today to hear about. Again, all of this feeds cumulatively into this big overarching question about where and if there is a significant unreasonable impact. So I'm going to pause one last time for the Lumpico online. Any other comments that folks want to make, and then I'll check in on the phone. I do not see any comments popping in, so let me go ahead and check on the phone. Any members of the board that are only on the phone only, anything you want to weigh in on? Okay, hearing none and seeing none. Georgina, why don't you take us to the Butano, please?
Okay, I'm gonna fly through that one. Okay, so the Butano, it's everywhere in the map that you see there. Again, mostly covered up by thousands of feet of other formations, and it is only exposed at that northern boundary with the Zyantiv fault. It's way down at the bottom, as this conceptual diagram shows that there are this little ribbon over here, or it's a bit thicker there than the ribbon, but there it is exposed at the surface and can receive recharges as a nice sandstone. So it's going to be much better recharged than the Monterey Formation. There are some private wells up in this area of the Butano, but those are a low pumping. They don't have high demand. It's lower demand. But the Scotts Valley Water District has two wells, Orchard Well and it's well 3A, that are pumping from the combined. So they have a well, both those wells are screened, and both the Lumpico and the Butano aquifer goes right through. And they only started pumping that well in early 90s. So there's not that long record that we have of groundwater levels for this area over here. They have the decline you see there is probably mostly to do with the Lumpico. We know about, on the previous slide I showed you that decline, which I do think that propagates. It's not only in this area. It's a bit of it's this whole area down here that has experienced those declines. This is not. This is about 200 feet as well of a decline, and it's stabilized ever since then. One of the issues, though, is that this well is a pumping well. So you see it's erratic. It's all over the place because it's not a dedicated monitoring well. You've heard me talk about a dedicated monitoring well, and that is a well that's not pumped. It has water levels that are very influenced by pumping, which draws the groundwater level down artificially. You want a well that's just left alone and it monitors groundwater levels. So there is no dedicated monitoring well in this area that is just in the Butano. So that was, I think, one of the ones that we put in the grant, is to have a deep well. And again, this is over 1,000 feet deep, that just monitors this aquifer. There is, in the future, this aquifer could become pumped more, and it would be good to know, understand it better with more data. Right now, we have some data up in the north here, but it's pretty far away from where the pumping is happening, so it's not giving us a good idea of what's happening. And that's all I have on the Butano, because we do not have much data for it at all.
Okay, let's go to Ruth in the queue, and then to Lou. So Ruth, go ahead.
Could there be any inflows, or are there any inflows that are coming in along the fault line? Because I know that sometimes water will flow along faults.
Yeah, well, this fault on the north here, the Zyantiv fault, there has been, and I can't remember the number, I'm not very good at remembering things, but when I talked to you about this fault several months ago, there is a huge amount of differential movement on the north side compared to the south. And when that happens, and can you imagine when a fault moves, the heat and the pressure metamorphoses that rock along the fault line pretty much. Yes, there can be some cracks, but it metamorphoses. It also makes it a fault gouge. It's called a fault gouge, and it becomes a barrier to groundwater flow. So the edge of the basin is effectively the fault for that reason that it's considered a no-flow barrier.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to Lou, and then next in the queue is Chris and Tadale. Lou Ferris.
Virginia, could you speak to the water quality difference between Santa Margarita, Lompico, and Butano?
Yes, I can summarize that. I did that presentation two months ago, so I'll try and remember that. So the Santa Margarita, are you talking in terms of salinity or nitrate or everything?
Everything.
Okay, so the aquifers that are, and I'm going to summarize this, the aquifer that is the most vulnerable to pollution is going to be the Santa Margarita because it's right at the surface and it's very permeable. So this one has high nitrate in it as well because of all the septic systems. Its salinity or its chloride is, sorry, that's the wrong direction. Its chloride is good, and iron and manganese is not too much of a problem. The Monterey Formation is more salty, higher chloride level, shall I say. In some places they would say, oh, this is salt water. Other places they can drink it. Lompico aquifer, it's now below some other aquifers. It's got some protection. It does not have nitrate in it, and its chloride can be up to typically, 400 to extreme cases where we see this drop in groundwater levels. You do see an increase in chloride. I showed that, I think, last month. And so you can see some water quality impacts because of dropping groundwater levels. This is in the Monterey and the Lompico, that's where you see that. And then the Butano aquifer is very good quality. It does have the iron and manganese, but it's got, it's very protected from surface sources of contamination. So it is good water. They treat for iron and manganese, but that's pretty common in all the wells that are the public water supply wells pumping in Lompico and Butano. Is that what you're looking for?
Well, just one last follow-up question is, do you know why the salinity is so high in the Monterey Formation?
Yes, it is.
I wouldn't expect that.
Yeah, it's because it is a marine formation, and because of the low permeability of it, the marine water gets trapped in it when it was deposited. And so when wells are drilled into and they say, oh, we hit salt water, it's this they call it connate water. It's trapped at the time of deposition. It's known throughout the Central Coast to be salty. Yeah. Even in Monterey, which is where its name comes from. Yeah.
All right, Chris Perry, go ahead.
Just a quick comment. I always thought it was unfair that the Butano was blue. If I was the Santa Margarita and the Lompico, I would say, why does that one look like water? That's all.
Because the USGS decided to map it that color. That's why.
But I'm sure that there's some broader nefarious plot, and we will get down to the bottom of it, Chris. I promise you that. Dale, go ahead.
It is not the bottom of the water, remember.
Well, Lou got to my question first, but I did have another question and comment. So, Georgina, how far down do you have to go to get to the Butano generally?
In this area over here, over 1,000 feet. Over here, it's at the surface. So anywhere but over here, here it's very deep. It's because if you remember, there's an anticline over, so like a bowl shaped. Remember the basin? I showed you that 3D model, and it's kind of like a swimming pool with the axis being down kind of through here. And the Butano is like right at the bottom of that bowl is deposited there. Here it gets a bit thinner out of the sides, but it does have a lot of other formations over it. I don't have the cross sections with the actual scales on that, but if you go back and look at those cross sections, you'll see how deep it is in different parts of the basin. But say like if you guys drilled in your area, like, I don't know, at 2,000 feet, you'd be in Butano. But that's not a very cost-effective well.
And thank you. And just a comment, what we experience is our shallower Lompico well has very good water quality, but our deeper Lompico well does not. Its water quality is not near as good.
So is it the iron and manganese that is bad, or is it chloride, TDS?
No, it's actually a chloride, and there's some naturally occurring ammonia.
Interesting. I only know of one other well in this in Soquel Creek Water District has ammonia well, and they don't really know what to do with it either. Okay.
All right. Let's see. Let's go to Jack, and then I'm going to check in on the phones really quick, and then I'm going to go to Sierra for a further expansion of things. But Jack Dills, go ahead.
Okay. Does the amount of calcium vary between these different aquifers?
It can, and I'm just talking in general. I haven't looked at that data, but we do have that water quality information on that anion.
And calcium, I think of it as something that's kind of annoying because we have calcium in our water where I happen to live, but it's not really like toxic or anything, right? Other than just, okay, so.
No, it just, it produces, it's one of the the elements that produce the hardness or softness of water.
Mm-hmm.
Changes that, yeah.
Okay, let me just check in on the phone. Any board members on the phone that would like to get into the queue at this time, please unmute your phones. Anybody? Okay, hearing none. Sierra, we're going to come to you with some further expansion on info about the Butano.
I was just going to add that, like Georgina was saying, it's an area that we don't have as much information. So we did put, we included one of the monitoring wells in the Butano as part of our grant application. And it's a 1,200-foot well. And the cost of that one well was almost the same as all the other monitoring wells put together. I was just trying to pull up the number right now. Yeah, that well was going to cost $140,000 as opposed to the rest being between 20 and 50,000. So that's why we're only doing one well in the Butano, even though it's an area we don't have much information.
So, I mean, Sierra, a question to you and maybe Georgina is to start. In the context then of Sigma requirements and the need to be responsible as the sustainability agency and have an appropriate data set to make conclusive decisions. And in the context of this board having to make future financial decisions, whether they be project and management actions or early investments on monitoring tools and wells, what does a board like this do when it's faced with that kind of a condition? That kind of financial implication and a limited amount of data and the extraordinary costs to even get a single well. What's the solution there?
Well, I think that's where DWR has allowed us to understand that there's going to be data gaps, especially early on. And as we're developing our GSP and we're implementing it and we're collecting data, we can decide how important those data gaps are to fill. And it might be that the information that we'll have for the Butano, because it's not one of our most used aquifers and its impact on beneficial users is probably fairly minimal. It's not going to have a lot of impact on surface water, for example. In that case, it might be okay that we drilled this one monitoring well with the grant and leave it at that. But that's something I think we can evaluate over time.
Okay, Georgina, anything you want to add to that question that I posed?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Okay, anything else, Georgina? Do you want to go ahead and pull up some further background data on the Butano, or are we ready to transition?
No, I think we can go on. There's just more hydrographs, but I think we get to the summary, Dave.
Okay. Let me just do one last check-in for process to members of the public that may be with us. We're going to start transitioning, do some summary here of what we've heard from the board thus far. But any members of the public that are either online, my goodness, we have a question. Kelly, go ahead and we'll go to your question, and then we'll see if anybody else does, as well as anybody on the phone. Kelly, you are deep in the dark there. You
Yeah,
look like.
sorry. Yeah. Here, let me see if I can turn a light.
It's very mood lit.
Yeah, it got dark on. So I guess I was just curious how one aquifer affects the other. Like, over time there's it percolates, the groundwater percolates down, and obviously the upper aquifers, like the Santa Margarita, for example, has more effects on surface flow. But I was wondering what, if you were to remove, extreme example, if you were to remove all the water from Butano, what, if any, effects would that have on Santa Margarita and surface water over time? And maybe we're talking too many years to matter, but does that make sense, George?
So essentially, if you go ahead, Georgiana, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So although it's really deep down, right, this is just a sketch. If I drew the whole basin like in a geometry, it comes over here. So over here, it's at the surface. There's nothing over. No other geology is over. It looks like this.
Right.
It's exposed at the surface, right? So these creeks here are running through it.
Right.
Over it, shall I say, over it. And so this is where the interactions are happening over here.
Okay.
So it's very hard. You have to think of this thing in 3D in all sorts of, in not just a vertical and a horizontal, and how these layers all, so it's like a bowl structure. And I'm not sure you saw those slides, but it's kind of a bowl like this. And,
okay.
And so these, if you extended this up, it comes out at the side of the bowl on the edge.
Okay. Sorry, I know that's
so no, it's a good question. It's in a diagram like this, it's easy to think, well, it's no impact at all to surface water flow. But conceptually, I drew these arrows because it does have about 15% contribution to surface water flow because of this. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess my question is like, how, if the pumping is going deeper and deeper, and how that sort of affects maybe the other layers, how like one layer, maybe like a lower layer, is affected by the upper layers if they get, overdrafted or lowered, or.
Right. Okay. So like in the Santa Margarita, where the groundwater levels went really down, and they dewatered in this area, you have now less head, less pressure, and less your recharge going down in Lompico is damaged in a way, because you don't have as much water overlying it to drive down the recharge. So that can happen. And the same would happen in Lompico if you really drew this down. But this is very, very thick. And so a drop of 200 feet that was experienced, it is going to have it doesn't impact as much as this situation has impacted in this area down in the south.
Thank you.
Kelly, any further questions? Did that help you out at all?
That was great. Thank you.
All right, great. Let's see, Doug, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to hope this is not just sort of a review question, but I keep going back to the question Ruth's been asking, like, what can we do? What can we do? What can we do? And now that we've gone through the entire basin, top to bottom, I'm curious, short of reduced pumping or maybe some well resting, are there any affirmative actions that any agencies or individuals or small systems have taken that have shown any positive results? I mean, do we have any, pilot projects or example projects that show that we can have a salutary effect on these groundwater levels short of just reducing pumping and waiting for water to percolate down. Or alternatively, injection, noted.
Well, and we obviously heard Chris refer to that the question about, or the Lompico has been discussed as a potential candidate, you know, because of its sort of its relative isolation in certain places. So let's go to staff or other board members. Is there data about affirmative actions that have been taken that have shown to have a beneficial or deleterious, I suppose, impact? So anybody available to speak to that?
I'll give it a try. I think one thing that makes it very hard to accurately estimate or look back and think what contributed to changes is they all happen at the same time. So the wet year and the pumping and then some projects, if they all happen in one sequence, it returns maybe a result. We see groundwater levels coming up, and it's hard to tell if it's due to the stormwater recharge that we have been heavily doing in Scotts Valley area in all shapes and sizes. Would it be just on a development level, then we putting bioswales in, or the 2-3 big recharge basins that we have? So how much of that versus how much of the reduced pumping versus that we got a wet year that all happened in the same year? So I think that makes it hard to really determine in Santa Margarita especially. We've done projects only in Santa Margarita. We are talking about taking it to the lower level where we can eliminate some of the attributes because we know it's less weather prone and maybe more controlled.
Doug, that I know that's not a complete response because there may not be a way to do a complete response, but did that get to at least a part of what you're trying to get some info on?
Well, you know, absence of evidence is a start.
Hey, Rosemary.
If I can interject, oh, Rosemary, she can let Rosemary talk.
Rosemary, go ahead.
Thank you. Hey, I guess what I wanted to say is, although we don't have opportunities to try some of these things out, the water transfers, water exchanges ideas, we have been talking about that both with Scotts Valley and with San Lorenzo for, you know, a long time, obviously with Soquel Creek as well. So I just want to say that there are some other ideas that are out there that it's more difficult to implement in the Santa Margarita because we don't have the infrastructure in place. But I think there are some opportunities that are, you know, developing, and the staff from the various agencies are, you know, continuously working to look at how to leverage those opportunities to see how we might make better conjunctive use of surface water and groundwater resources in this basin.
Okay. And that's...
I just wanted to say one more thing is that we had done a study a while back on what would be the effect, how would an injection project that we've talked about, what would the long-term effect be on the aquifer? And it was dramatic effect over 20 to 50 years, excuse me, of recovery.
Can you expand? Do you have any ability to expand on further what you mean by dramatic? Chris?
I can add to that. So Chris is referring to the feasibility study we did, conceptually taking the advanced treated recycled water, injecting it into Lompico using 3 wells that are relatively clustered together. And the first 10 years, it was pretty much gallon to gallon or acre feet to acre foot. What we put in stayed in there. I believe it was over 20-year horizon. According to the model, it resulted in 6,000 acre feet additional water put, and that remained in the Lompico aquifer.
Okay, very cool. All right, Georgina, why don't you go ahead and advance us on then to the transition slide. So what we're going to try to do really quickly here, I've been taking notes along the way, and I know that Georgina, as best as she can, while also being presenter, has been doing so as well. What we want to try to do here is summarize both what we've heard in particular about some of the impacts from you all to help, again, inform the next part of the conversation, and then some overarching items. I'll say, just sort of starting in reverse order, that we actually have heard a couple times tonight. This gets more ultimately to the projects and management actions kind of concept, but we have certainly heard a couple of comments about the ways in which staff from various agencies and various basins are looking at, and you all in reality as a board have, in your own way within your guiding principles, made a commitment to look at integrated water systems, which is another way, not exactly, but a bit of another way to be talking about conjunctive use, and the idea that through conjunctive use investments, you can get mutual gains and mutual benefits out of it. So that's something that's come up a couple of times. In terms of more direct impact, as I kept posing that question, not a overwhelming majority of comments, but a few things that did come up. Doug Engfer certainly spoke to that he's heard from people that he knows that there has been observed impact in some of the tributaries, so that as Santa Margarita has been impacted, so too it appears that there's been impacted conditions in surface water flows. We definitely heard from Dale Pollock in particular speak about the first well that Mount Herman had put in back in the 90s. And to around a depth of 490, and how that got bottomed out and dewatered, how they did see very clearly a correlation between activities in the quarries and the functionality or lack thereof of Mount Herman well, and the need for ultimately Mount Herman to put in 2 other wells, as Dale had said, that well was sort of certainly in the Santa Margarita and extending down a little bit into the Lampico at around, like I said, 490, but they had to eventually go down into the about 700 and a half and all the way down to 900 feet in order to have functional wells. Heard from Lois, obviously speaking about the experience that happened with the Lampico Water District when it still existed, and their unique dependence on the Monterey, and how they were very much at risk and informed by the state board to be at risk, and that set the stage for some fairly dramatic activities that even then their own constituents didn't fully believe. So those are the notes that I have about some of the key impacts. Georgina, I'm going to look to you to see if there's others that I missed that you may have also heard. Georgina, are you muted?
Yes, yeah, you got the ones that I had in mind.
Okay. All right. So that sort of brings us to summation of this deep dive, literally and figuratively, no pun intended, on the aquifers. So Georgina, now we're going to look to you to take us into the discussion about how we develop a significant and unreasonable condition statement and examples that you've found from other locations. So go ahead.
Oh, so I just want to ask, we've been going for 2.5 hours, 3 hours. It's gone a little slower because of the much more interactive nature. Are we good to keep going? I mean, I'd like to, but I just want to make sure everyone's okay with this. These are fewer slides here, but there's discussion.
Can't stop now.
Okay. Isn't there a song about that? Okay. Okay, so you've talked about some of the impacts that have happened with lowered groundwater levels. Some others that if there was like a private well owner, if the water level fell deep enough, that means that what happens effectively in the well is they have less saturated aquifer to draw from. So they will only be able to pump maybe 3/4 of what they used to be able to pump without their well. well, with the pump going, the water level falling below the pump intake. Other things no one touched on, but the groundwater levels can fall such that if there is a wetland that's not connected to a stream, but somewhere else, a wetland in a valley, say, or on the side of a hill, and it's dependent on shallow groundwater levels. If water levels fall low enough, that root system would dry out and be impacted. With the decrease in groundwater levels in the southern part of the basin that you saw hydrographs on, because that's where we have the data, those districts have had increased pumping costs because now they're pumping water from 150 to 200 feet deeper. So there's an electric cost or power cost to bring that up to the surface. And then there has also been this deterioration of groundwater quality, the salinity increasing as groundwater levels have dropped in the Lompico. It's not to the point where you can't drink the water, it's still pretty low, but there has been some impact there. And these are some other things that I'm just mentioning in addition to the ones you have. And so when we talk about significant and unreasonable, we have to, who is it significant and unreasonable to? And the act says that we have to look at the beneficial users and uses of groundwater to make sure that these uses are protected and that their supplies are sustainable. So these are example beneficial uses. I haven't included all of them, but these are the main ones in this basin. So there's residential, the private well owners. There's industrial. There's only one quarry really left that's using groundwater, and that's Quail Hollow Quarry. There's the very limited agricultural users. There's the small water systems that we talked about earlier. There's the municipal suppliers. These are the main users of groundwater in the basin. And then in the dark green, there's the groundwater dependent ecosystems. So potential impacts, this is kind of in summary now. For the human, the light green are the human, the human beneficial users is the reduced well yield. You need to deepen the well because the wells go dry. You've seen examples of that. Increased pumping costs, changing groundwater quality, maybe reduced land costs because groundwater is too deep. I don't know if this has happened in this basin. And you've heard from John as well about potential impacts over the drought periods that the county has heard about. And then on the groundwater dependent ecosystems, I described how the root zone it can go dry, but then there's also the reduced base flow to creeks that would reduce aquatic habitat. Now, today, when we have our discussion of significant and unreasonable, we're not going to consider these groundwater dependent ecosystems yet. They will become part of the statement, but we don't have enough information to really go into it. So I really want you to focus on those other users. And those are really the users that we've been talking about in our discussion tonight. And where are these in the basin? This map here shows you where all the users are. And I point out a few features here. So the big green area, that's San Lorenzo Valley Water District's boundary. The yellow is Scotts Valley Water District's boundary. There's Mount Herman in purple over here. And then there's these little small, these pink colors. These are the small water systems. So there's one over here. I forget their names. This one, and there's Mission Springs, and there's Vista Robles is somewhere, and there are some that are only 5. They serve 5 places, 7 connections. Roaring Camp is one, for example. And then you see the black dots are those private wells that were blue on another map. The quarry, the only quarry that's going is this one here, this Quail Hollow Quarry. And then what else do we have on here? So yeah, the creeks, they have natural communities associated with groundwater vegetation. So these are kind of the representation of GDEs or groundwater dependent ecosystems. There's a few orange ones too, which are wetlands identified. And there are a few, and there's one down here next to the San Lorenzo River. So you can see the basin has plenty of beneficial uses. In the areas that aren't really covered by the municipal water suppliers, the big suppliers, they're covered by small water systems, and then there's the private wells in between there. And then obviously there's some parts of the basin where there's no development at all, and there's nothing there. The environment is really the only beneficial user in those areas. So that's what they look like on a map. So I think we've really seen this already is known impacts to wells. John has talked already. He was actually going to jump in here and help me out, but I think he's talked about the private well impacts. But in Scotts Valley area, that southern area, those Santa Margarita wells that they had went dry, including Mount Herman's well, went dry in the 90s when those quarries were pumping. They were replaced with deeper Lumpico wells. Then there's the increased pumping costs because of wells being lower than they were before. And then the increased salinity in some of those Monterey and Lumpico wells where groundwater levels have declined. And so, John, did you want to add anything else on impacts to wells that you haven't already?
I think you've covered it all pretty well in what we covered before. I don't really have anything more to add unless there's questions.
Okay, so I have a big question for everyone, and I guess it includes the board members and also agency staff, because so the points on this slide, in fact, influence the San Lorenzo Valley Water District and Scotts Valley Water District mostly. Is are any of these impacts that we've been talking about, are they significant and unreasonable impacts? And again, this is, there's no number associated with this. Has it caused the significant impact to the beneficial users of groundwater in this basin because of all the things that we've seen that have happened to groundwater levels over time in this basin? Has it been a big hardship for the beneficial users? And this will help us focus our discussions on what is significant and reasonable. If we know in the past, has anything been significant and reasonable? If we know something has been significant and reasonable in the past, that's a good starting point for us. And I'm going to—
Georgina, I just want to check. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Dave.
Well, I want to check. You're not sort of asking this as a rhetorical question. You legitimately want to hear from some people right now.
I do. And at this point, I do.
And this is, as people are sort of queuing up their thoughts, you've heard me say many times that this is that example of both what was well fought for and hard fought for with the idea of local control, and the idea that a condition in a groundwater basin, or conditions plural in a groundwater basin, can be a problem or not, and can be significant and reasonable or not. And save for DWR sort of playing the red card on a basin and saying, look, we don't buy what you've concluded with, or we're not buying what your data shows, this becomes this very much localized question. So Georgina's question here with this data shown just now on the screen is really critically important. You can't just sort of define significant and reasonable on a gut check. You got to have more to it. So any responses that folks have right now, please go ahead and get into the queue. Are any of these significant and reasonable impacts? Anyone? Okay. Not seeing it. Georgina,
well, I did queue in, Dave. I don't know, maybe
there
it's
it
a
is.
scrolling issue.
Yeah, there. I'm sorry. There it is. Okay, Doug. Now I'm just seeing. Okay, let's go to Doug, and then we'll go to Dale, and then Tom Berg. I see you as a member of the public communion. So let's go to Doug Ingfer, and then to Dale, and then I'll go to Tom. Go ahead, Doug.
Thank you. So I had a couple, and I'm going to take
Doug,
my oldest one. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. You got a little muffled there for a second.
Okay, sorry. I put my comment in earlier, but I will respond to this specific question as well. I wanted to point out back on beneficial users that, you know, there is a municipal water system a little downstream from here that's definitely a beneficial user of the stream flows that come out of the basin. That's City of Santa Cruz with, you know, 90,000 served souls. And I was a little surprised not to see City of Santa Cruz listed, given that the significant, I think, groundwater surface water interactions in this basin. If that's really an open question, then maybe we should spend some time on it, or maybe it was just missed out because we were thinking about groundwater more narrowly. With respect to what we're looking at on slide 21, I mean, the short answer from my perspective is, yeah, these are significant and unreasonable, and would be if we were to induce these kinds of conditions in wells that are currently functioning well. But it does raise the question of whether it's our job to try to remediate past issues that have been mitigated with past investment. And on that one, you know, I'm kind of interested in the parties who've had to spend the money, what they have to say.
Okay, let's go to what, Georgina, were you going to weigh in? Otherwise, I'm going to go to Dale and Lou and Chris and anybody else that wants to as a board, and then Tom Berg, I do see you, but I'm queuing up to the board first as a standard practice that I do as facilitator. So we've got Dale, Lou, and Chris in the queue as board members, and any other board members that would wish to respond to what Doug just said, or staff of the member agencies. So anyone want to respond to what Doug had just raised? Otherwise, I'll go to Dale, and Dale, you may as well. Let's go ahead and go to Dale. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, Dave. I think I'll respond to Doug because we have had to do this very thing where one of our wells went dry, and then, you know, had to drill a deeper well in order to augment our system. And it was significant. I'd have to say that, yes, at the time, it was very significant to have to spend an enormous amount of money for a small system to drill a well. And we drilled a well that was, at the time, we thought deep enough to sustain us for a long time. And so far, that's worked out well because the water levels haven't continued to drop you know, further and further and further. So we were able to do that. So yes, that was significant at the time. Was it unreasonable? That's a harder question to answer because, you know, we were able to do it. And so we did undertake it. We were able to pay for it. We did it. So I can't say that it was unreasonable. But I can say it was significant at the time. So I hope that helps.
Great, thank you. Lou, let's go to you.
Yes, thank you, Dave. Georgina, could you do me a favor and back up a couple of slides?
To which one in particular, Lou? Do you have a particular one?
Oh, right there. My comment is relative to, as I think about significant and unreasonable users, the first thing that comes up for me is users that have no voice in this discussion. And I'm talking about impacts of terrestrial groundwater dependent ecosystems. If we chronically reduce the water level to the point where we lose our plants, we lose our animals, and it's game over. So, you know, people can all, if you drill a well and you can't get any more water out of it, you just move to a new location and drill a new well. Plants can't do that. So to me, the number one significant and unreasonable condition that comes up is the terrestrial groundwater dependent ecosystems that we just have to protect.
Thank you. That's a really excellent point, Lou, to be coming back to. Let's go to Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Yes, just to start, you know, I think back when Scotts Valley decided to use the Santa Margarita for municipal wells in retrospect. It's not a very good aquifer for that in the areas they picked. So that was sort of a mismanagement, I would say. And if they had gone into the Lompico initially, then they probably wouldn't have dried the Santa Margarita out. And I don't think it's commonly known, but the Santa Margarita does recover itself. We think of it and say the Santa Margarita is dewatered. Well, it depends on the year. It's not dewatered every year. So, I mean, I think the mistake of management back in the 90s of putting a well municipal where it wasn't going to be sustainable was a significant and maybe unreasonable decision. I think the way it was handled has been working. In the lens of Sigma is that we're kind of have, supposed to be looking at it from a certain baseline. I certainly, in my view of what a significant and unreasonable impact going forward would be a continued falling of groundwater levels spread out over different aquifers and over the course of it's not a up and down, it's a steady decline like we once saw. So, I mean, and obviously I would agree with the beneficial users of, all of the vegetation and the beneficial use from there, that's more obviously Santa Margarita. That's not Lompico or Butano as much, or I think maybe at all. I don't think there's many trees that go that deep.
All right, thank you, Chris. Let's go to Ruth, and then Angela, and then Rosemary.
I just want to weigh in and say I think all of three on this slide are significant and unreasonable, and that we've signed on with our guiding principles that we want to raise it up as much as we can. But any more decrease is not acceptable in my mind.
Okay, thank you. Angela.
I think Ruth must be in my mind because she basically just said what I was going to say. I know these were things in the past, but if these things happen today, I would consider them to be significant and unreasonable. And like Lou said, I feel like the beneficial users is also something that we need to look at very seriously, especially in our area where we have so many special habitats. Once they're gone, they're gone. Not just from a plant perspective, but a fish perspective, salamander perspective. So I think we need to really keep those in mind as well. In addition to the private wells, going back to a comment that was made earlier in the evening, I know on my street several years ago, there were 3 people that had to go buy water because they couldn't pump because the wells, granted their wells are shallow, but still they were significantly affected, and I feel like to me that's unreasonable.
As a general sense, Angela, do you know when you say shallow, does that mean that those wells were in the Santa Margarita, or you presume they were in the Santa Margarita?
I'm presuming they were. Maybe Perrette or somebody else would know. I'm off Sunridge Drive, and I think they're at like 150, between 100 and 200 feet, probably.
I would say the large majority of the wells that are this close to Scotts Valley are in Santa Margarita. And Angela, are you referring to it was during the last drought when that occurred?
Yes.
Okay.
John, were you going to weigh in as well?
Well, I would say that's also an area where the granite is fairly close to the surface, so the Santa Margarita is pretty thin, overlying granite. So there's probably not a lot of storage, and it gets depleted during the drought pretty rapidly.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, let's go to Rosemary to weigh in from a Santa Cruz perspective. Rosemary?
Hey, thanks, everybody. So I just wanted to make a couple of comments with respect to the surface water groundwater interaction issue. The city is making a really big commitment to in-stream flows for the endangered coho salmon and the threatened steelhead trout. And I think that from our perspective, what we need to have happen is for the watershed to be healthy and functional, because the water is obviously a critical component of recovery of these species, but it's not the only thing. The health of the groundwater dependent ecosystems, the complexity of the habitat, all these things are really, really important. And I think that from our perspective, the kind of resources that we're committing to improve the habitat for these threatened and endangered species is really, really a significant chunk of what our sort of long-term financial obligations and what have you are. But we're hoping to be able to work with everybody as we put this plan together to create a situation that really supports not only sustainable groundwater management, but also a sustainable and really enhanced reliability for surface water resources, but also for the species that are really, really dependent on these resources for their long-term sustainability.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Chris as a follow-up, and then I'm going to go to Sierra to do a further commentary on the GDE question. So, Chris Perry.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think I misunderstood the question. I thought we were trying to see if these past things were significant and unreasonable impacts. I totally agree if going forward, what I was trying to say, if our current levels started having that same kind of continued fall, that would definitely be significant and unreasonable. And as far as the, recovering aspect of what our general principles state, that would be more on not our minimum thresholds, but where we want to go to. So that would be a kind of a different discussion than I look at significant and unreasonable being violating your minimum threshold. So
Let's before I go to Sierra, Jordina, do you want to weigh in on this to make sure that folks have got clarity? But we haven't obviously gone into the statement itself, but Jordina, anything you want to put some further clarity on to the points that Chris or the questions that Chris was just raising?
I think you're right, Chris. We are looking at what we want to avoid happening in the basin, and that would be something that we would consider significant and unreasonable. So, and the measurable objective is where we would want to be if we had all the means to be able to recover the basin to some level. But remember, it needs to be achievable, that measurable objective. Having groundwater levels this lower, 150, 200 feet lower than they used to be, it depends. You can look at it two ways. One, you can look at it and say, yes, that is totally unreasonable that groundwater levels fell that far. But who has it impacted? Now, on the human side, we've been able to adapt, but on the plant side, again, remember the drop is in the Lompico. It's not in the Santa Margarita. Who is affected by this Lompico drop? It's mostly people who are affected. And has it been significant and unreasonable? Have they not been able to produce the water that they have wanted to? They have instead invested money to overcome that. And I think some of the examples that we're going to get into coming up here next on other basins statements of significant unreasonable will give you an idea of how they address those.
Thank you, Georgina. Let's go to Sierra, and then we'll go ahead and move on. Sarah?
Okay, I just wanted to.
Tom, pardon me?
I just wanted to make a really quick follow-up to allay any concerns that we're not focusing on the GDEs here. As Georgina mentioned, we are working on that, and we're going to bring that back. So the fact that it's not really part of the conversation now, the GDEs as well as the surface water, groundwater interactions, it's being tabled for another time. But we're working really hard on it behind the scenes.
Right. Tom Berg, if you're still with us, you've been very patient. So I appreciate that. And as I said, facilitation rule, I always go to the board first, but you had a comment back some time ago. So Tom, if you are with us and you would like to speak to the comment you had written in, please do so. Tom, are you with us?
I am hanging in there with you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got a little weird there for a second, so go ahead.
How about now? Is this more clear for you?
Much better, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to follow up. Georgina's been doing such a very good job with her presentation, and then she did kind of mention if one of the regulatory agencies or agency was here to weigh in. I just wanted to let you know we're currently reviewing plans, so we don't really have a set of answers yet because we haven't made any formal definitions. So what you have seen in other existing plans that have been accepted at least past that initial criteria of addressing the requirement of sigma, whether or not everybody has picked a significant and reasonable kind of threshold that we all agree to, we might not see for a couple of years. So I was just going to comment that you have to make the determination. So as your own agency, you just have to be able to be comfortable with it and defend it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for
the only comment I really had at this time.
No. It's excellent to have somebody from the agency here. Thank you. Before Georgina goes on to the next slide, I'll just weigh in on one item because I think it's germane to something that Chris was raising and that Georgina was following on. I'll just say this quickly, that in the interviews that I'd done with stakeholders leading up to today, certainly one of the things that got raised a couple of times, significant enough that it wasn't just an anomaly, was that there were a number of people, board members and alternates, that said something to the effect of, I recognize why we go through these sort of sequential steps of defining significant and unreasonableness. However, a variable that is hard to fit in unless we are doing things and looking at things somewhat simultaneously, i.e. impacts to the water, groundwater conditions, and financial, is that notwithstanding the decision of where you are going to set an MT or an MO, and notwithstanding how you're going to seek to stay consistent with the guiding principles that you've identified, is also this question of what's the likely cost of a project or management action going to be? If it's going to be X, well, then, maybe that's doable, and therefore this is not significant and unreasonable. If it's going to be X plus $1 million, that's still a big problem groundwater-wise, and it's a really big problem financially. So the bifurcating of a significance and unreasonableness question and a financial implication of investment, several of these people said it's really hard ultimately for us to be bifurcating those. So I just wanted to acknowledge that some people raised that point, and it seemed fairly valid and important. So with that, Georgina, I'm going to hand it over to you to move us ahead, please.
Okay. So as I mentioned in my last comment, is that I looked at a number of TSPs like I did with water quality, and I took a look at what others had written about significant unreasonable chronic lowering of groundwater levels. And generally, their statements comprise of these 4 points. Not always all 4, sometimes 2, sometimes 3, sometimes 4. And basically, in the statement, they're talking about who is impacted, the relative amount of users that are impacted. They don't often have that. They're often more vague than that, but some do have that in it. And then they say what kind of impact. This is the most important thing. This is what is significant and unreasonable, and who. And so we're saying who is it significant and unreasonable to. And some of the statements talk about over what time period. And so I am going to give you some of those examples to show you how some of the different GSAs handled this question of significant unreasonable in groundwater levels. And you'll see they're fairly vague, because the details come in when we talk about undesirable results, minimum thresholds, and measurable objectives. But the statement of significant unreasonable is what guided that agency to develop the sustainability management criteria the way that they did. So I'm going to go into them. I'm going to give you those examples, talk about them a little bit, and then Dave is going to facilitate some more discussion about that and get some ideas from you of what you think, how they would fit into this Santa Margarita Basin. Okay. So in the Cuyama Valley Basin, they said significant and unreasonable reduction in the long-term viability of domestic, agricultural, municipal, or environmental uses over the planning and implementation horizon of this GSP. So here they talked about who is impacted, the different beneficial uses. What the impact is. They say a reduction in the long-term viability, and then they have a time period, the planning and implementation horizon of this GSP, which is 50 years. Okay, in Salinas Valley, not too far away, they decided that so the significant unreasonable levels are at or below the lowest observed groundwater elevations. So
Hey, Georgina, can you back up like about 30 seconds? Because as you just started describing Salinas, you got kind of wonky there verbally.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
That it must be because Salinas is wonky. I don't know. No, it's
Okay, for any members of the public that are calling in for Salinas, Georgina didn't mean that, of course.
Well, my coworker wrote that GSP, so Derek Williams wrote that, so that's why I said that. But anyhow, so Salinas Valley, they decided, they looked at the groundwater elevations. They said a significant and reasonable groundwater levels would be at or below the lowest observed groundwater elevations. Public and stakeholder input identified historically low groundwater elevations as significant and unreasonable. So they looked at the hydrographs and said, well, the lowest point on there, we cannot go lower than that. That was, if it goes below that, it's significant and reasonable. We've been able to live with everything else that came before, but we do not want it to go below. So that they used that, and quite a lot of basins have used that that approach. And then they ever added that causes significant financial burden to local agricultural interests. They're very agricultural. Interfere with other sustainability indicators. And a lot of these are combined because they're all groundwater. Most of these indicators, like I mentioned in the onset of this presentation, are very linked together because of groundwater levels being common amongst them. Okay, and in the Delta Mendota Basin, they say depletion of the productive layers of the upper aquifer that would cause increased reliance on the lower aquifer and thus potentially accelerate subsidence. So in that basin, subsidence is a big deal, and so they've been fairly specific to say we don't want to dewater the upper aquifer because that would mean that we would need to pump now the lower aquifer where the subsidence is going to occur. Moving on to the last three examples in the King Subbasin, they say the significant and reasonable effects happen when either the water level has declined to a depth that a new productive well cannot be constructed, or when the water level has declined to a depth that water quality cannot be treated for beneficial use. So they haven't really identified who the users are, but they are saying what the impacts are. In Kern Basin, they say the point at which significant and unreasonable impacts over the planning and implementation horizon, as determined by depth elevation of water, affect the reasonable and beneficial uses of and access to groundwater by overlying users. So the overlying users, they're kind of using a blanket term for all the beneficial users that have access to groundwater. And it's fairly vague. They just say it's determined by the depth elevation, which is going to be the minimum threshold for those wells that they choose to set criteria in. And then in the Santa Cruz Mid-County Basin, they came up with a statement that said, a significant number of private agricultural, industrial, and municipal production wells can no longer provide enough groundwater to supply beneficial uses. And that was it. So, you know, they're all pretty short. They're like 3 lines each of this presentation. Each, they're not terribly long, but that's the kind of level that they're at. It's very qualitative, and like I said before, it's setting the stage for defining the criteria that are much more specific and qualitative. Okay, so I don't know if you want, if there are questions about some of these statements, if you want to know a little bit more, I can try and answer those, but otherwise Dave is going to facilitate some discussion about those 4 main points, and whether you want to, if there's specifics that you want to cover over any of these points related to Santa Margarita significant and unreasonable conditions.
All right, so let's first pause to the point that Georgina just said, which was, does anybody have any questions on those examples from other basins thus far? Again, we'll use the chat mode. So does anybody have any questions they want to pose about those? All right, I'm not seeing any, so they may pop up, and we can certainly go back if we need to. So at that point, yeah, thank you, Georgina. So we've taken a couple of opportunities this evening through the iterative nature of the conversation to identify what we've heard thus far stated about impacts. And honestly, it's been a little minimal, but we have heard the ones that I already talked about. I'm not going to reiterate those, as well as an additional one that was raised not too long ago by Angela about some particular impacts that she's privy to, more than likely in the Santa Margarita of users, and certainly what Lou had said and reiterated by Sierra about the impacts to GDEs as a beneficial user unto itself, because GDEs does fall into that, the 11 classes of beneficial users. So what we want to now talk about is there's those 4 questions again. I started much earlier. Who's impacted? What's been the relative amount of impact? And again, it's a qualitative relative statement, but there it is. All most significant. What kind of impact has happened? So whether it's been a dewatering of a well in a shallow aquifer, or whether it's observed impacts to aquatic species, whatever the case may be. And lastly, over what time period? What time period should be thought about? So we've heard what we've heard about where people perceive there to be impacts. And I know it's late. I apologize for that. Be careful what you wish for. So what are your thoughts when you're thinking about the significant and unreasonable statement that should be made here for groundwater elevations? Who should be defined as who is impacted? Who should be defined as what's the relative impact? So I'm going to open the floor. What do folks want to say about this? And again, the point here is we want to take this feedback along with what we've already heard, and then Georgina and others are going to go back and take a crack at a first cut and be bringing it to you at a subsequent meeting. So thoughts about these questions and what you would want to see? We'll use the chat, and again, as we've been using, questions or comments, so go ahead. Anybody? Okay, we'll start with Jack, and while Jack is weighing in, and we can hopefully wait for some other members to pose some thoughts or questions as well. Jack, go ahead.
Yeah, well, in terms of who's impacted, I like using that term, all beneficial users. And I like the idea of getting, you know, the financial hit in there and the interfering with other sustainability indicators. I kind of like what Salinas Valley Basin did, except we're not agricultural. So to me, that kind of caught, I'm not sure you're asking for what wording I want yet, but basically, I think it's affecting everybody. It's affecting our environment. It's affecting our pocketbooks, and it could get a lot worse. And of course, we haven't brought up climate change, but to me, that's that could make things a lot worse. That's the real. So there's a risk factor here too, not just what we have, how we have been impacted, but where are we going with the risk of climate change.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to Chris and then to Doug. Chris Perry.
I agree with that all beneficial users. That's a good one. You know, the whole financial aspect of it, that would only apply, that doesn't really apply to the minimum threshold. You don't have a financial wiggle room when it comes to that, especially from a water district standpoint, individual water districts. If you get to the point where you don't have enough water, you're required by state law to spend the money to get more water. So I think the same would apply to this agency. If we have minimum thresholds, and there are minimum thresholds even implied that we don't create, that's not when the financial metric comes into it, because you've got to mitigate it. Financial metric might come in when you're talking about our goals, our upper end of what we'd like to see happen. But in terms of, I think when we're talking significant and unreasonable, I always interpret that as we're at the minimum threshold area. So I wouldn't really put financial in it. I would be thinking more about groundwater levels. I think that mid-counties was very high level. You know, it really didn't, it just said anything bad, you know, we don't want to happen. I would want ours to be a little more specific, like you said, Jack, maybe leaning a little towards more what Salinas had, but unique to us because of we have these different aquifers and we can't think of them as all the same necessarily. So, you know, the Santa Margarita is going to have more interaction with our, environmental beneficial users. The Butano may be the least interaction with that, and the Lompico somewhere in between. So, I mean, we don't want it to get overly complicated, but I mean, it would be easy just to write a 3-line one like the Mid-County, and maybe there's wisdom in what they did because then they got specific in other aspects of their document. But I think we shouldn't be falling below what we have now, you know, like up for an extended period of time. I think duration has something to do with it too.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Georgina, before I go to Doug and then to Ruth, Georgina, is there anything that you would like to weigh in on as consultant to this financial factor that Chris was speaking to? Are you muted, Georgina?
Really bad at that. Yes, one of the examples had a financial aspect to it. I don't think that it needs to, well, it can be, because it's something that we'll have to look at. I think there is a place for it, but there's a right place for it in a statement. I'm not sure. I'm taking in what everyone's saying. We're listening to. We're writing it down, and we're going to toss it around and see what comes out of it. Yeah. I can't say anything more about the financial thing. I think that
Okay.
what I'm very interested to hear from you, though, is what kind of impact. And you'll see that there has, in the slide that you're looking at, has the most lines in it. That's what I really want to hear from you, what you don't want to happen. In Mid-County statement, they said that you can't use it for beneficial use, and that means, I guess that is quite a vague statement, but and being more pointed here is not a bad thing. But I really want to hear from you, like I said, what kind of impacts you believe are significant and unreasonable, and that should be included in the statement.
I just want to follow up to what I meant. I think I wouldn't want to wait till it got to the point where we couldn't provide water anymore. That's how I read the Mid-County one.
Okay. All right, let's go to Doug and then to Ruth, and I'm going to want to circle back a bit on the further expansion that Georgina just went to, particularly about the one kind impact. But Doug and then Ruth.
Yeah, not to belabor, but I did find most of the Salinas one, most reasonable, except for that second bullet regarding agriculture. But thought that it was reasonably clear and crisp and referenceable as a goal, or as a minimum floor, if you will, and certainly more ambitious than what King's did, which seemed like a pretty rock bottom standard. I think one of the areas that I was challenged by in terms of the items on slide 25 was trying to characterize the user impact community, this almost or significant, because we have a really diverse basin from the standpoint we have private pumpers where there's maybe just one household on a well. We have small systems, and then we have some very large systems that are dependent upon either groundwater or beneficial users of the basin. And somehow what we capture as significance here needs to be able to contemplate or comprehend that what's significant to a single, it's just as significant to a single well if it goes dry as if a bigger system goes dry enough to spend a ton of money. And we don't want to lose that by having some sort of hard-coded, body count, if you will. I had a problem with just the text in the Mid-County one where it says significant number of mumble, and mumble can no longer provide. I would have thought that should have been or. It makes it sound like a really high bar to get over the way it's written. And I think that was all I had that hadn't already been said.
So before I go to Ruth, Doug, using your example of the loss of a single well, without mentioning particular basins, but within the batch that have gone in already under the critically overdrafted time due date this year, there are some basins in the Central Valley that have basically said that's an acceptable loss. They are willing to, at least temporarily, if not long term, mitigate impacts to shallow aquifer users, principally private shallow aquifer users, and provide them auxiliary means of water, and that's at least acceptable for a while and maybe indefinitely, but certainly under a glide path context of Sigma. Getting back to the what kind of impact question that Georgina is saying, are you therefore saying that you would prefer for this basin to have a much harder bar, much higher bar, that any loss of any single well, that constitutes an unreasonable impact.
Well, I mean, I guess I would say I'm open to it. I'm not staking out a position, but in the context of how I understood Salinas' statement, they're saying we're functioning right now with the levels we got. We're not going to let the levels get worse. So, kind of by definition, to me, that says, okay, other than some, weird corner case, the stuff that's working today should work tomorrow. And that's our goal. And we're not going to go below that, with some provision for a time frame, as Chris pointed out. But yeah, I think that's not unreasonable as a standard.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's go to Ruth. Go ahead, Ruth.
I think my general feeling is, just to say it in short words, is things shouldn't get worse. The levels shouldn't be allowed to decline. There was something in Salinas in general, I like what they're saying, but they said something about the lowest recorded. And we have so many little outlier readings on our wells that I don't think that's quite the wording we would want to use. We'd want to use something like average lows or something along that line. And I'm concerned about Monterey aquifer, because I feel like wells are tapped into pockets, and they may just eventually dry up that pocket, and there's not much of anything we can do. And that, to me, is speaking towards a well that just is in the wrong place. It would be an economic hardship for the well owner to have to drill through the Monterey down into the Lompico, or to drill into a good part of the Monterey. But I feel like the Monterey is funky. It's not a good aquifer, and I'd like to have an asterisk by that.
So the point then being that there are mitigating factors, and notwithstanding what Doug said, and notwithstanding that I'm reasonably certain you're not saying this to just sort of write people off, but it seems like what you are also saying is, just because a well is where a well is doesn't mean in the long term it was actually the best place to put a well, and maybe the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, and maybe there's mitigation ways of dealing with that, something to that point.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And
good.
It sounds harsh, but I think that some wells aren't good wells.
Yeah. Okay.
I think there's some literary illusion I'm missing on that phrase, but.
But Ruth, a lot of these wells have been pumping for decades in the Monterey because that's all they have. And most people know it's a terrible aquifer. And so I don't think that runs the risk of going dry unless our rainfall halves, or it really reduces, and it's not forecast to really reduce that much. I think that out in where the people are using it for private use, I think it's in some kind of they use surface water instead because it's not good. So I think it's kind of in an equilibrium. I'm not too worried about that. When Lois was talking about there's 500 connections that they had there, that's a lot of water trying to pump out of 3 wells that don't yield very much. When people have their individual wells scattered all over the place, I don't think there are these like pockets where there'll be like 10 wells all private, in an area all pumping out of the Monterey. I don't think that really happens. So I'm not too worried about that myself.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Let's go to Chris Perry again. Chris?
Actually, I put that up and you guys have sort of covered it. I think it's impossible to guarantee every well that maybe has been put in a place that wasn't a sustainable place to have a well. So, I think that's a hard thing to call, basin-wide unreasonable impact.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to also, sorry, Dave, if I can interject there, I'd like to also mention that, you know, you also have to remember that the agency only has control over certain things in the basin. It can't control climate. So, like the water quality one is indicator was about, you know, we cannot make water quality worse. These impacts that will happen to water levels are because, you know, will be. Luckily, there isn't that much data in the basin, so we have to focus in the area where we do have the data. This also happens to be the area where the most impacts have happened historically, and where the projects and management actions are likely to happen as well. So in the area like of San Lorenzo Valley Water District up in the Quail Hollow and Olympia, those areas there are not haven't been impacted. You saw groundwater levels that Santa Margarita fills up pretty easily. We would have wells out there, but I don't see those those are not going to have chronically lowered levels, probably ever, because there'll always be another wet period to fill it up. But so where we do have the data is in the south. This is where we'll be having the representative monitoring wells to set metrics to say, okay, what are we going to do to we're monitoring to make sure the chronic lowering doesn't happen, and we have these projects that are going to make sure that it doesn't happen, even if there is this climate change, and even if by chance we have another 10-15 year drought, we're going to build some resiliency against that.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Doug, who wanted to do a follow-on climate, and then we'll go to Jack, and then see where that puts us for the evening.
Yeah, and this is indicative that you're getting to the short strokes here with respect to what I have to offer. One thing that I had wanted to mention previously and forgotten was that when we talk about these energy costs with respect to well performance, it might be more constructive for us to talk about energy consumption and separate the conversation from cost, given that we can't control electric rates, but we can affect the energy that's being used. And I think that's what we want to be looking at. And it does have a relationship to climate change to the extent that the energy being used is not necessarily carbon neutral or displaces, it causes higher carbon usage elsewhere on the planet. You know, we want to be mindful of that. So I think we want to be pointing at energy use as opposed to energy cost.
Okay, excellent point. Thank you. Jack, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted one more comment about financial burden. I was thinking not only where we're headed, and I know we have lots of things to flesh out about what the cost of potential options would be and so forth. But I was looking backwards as well. The fact that our rates here, not just here, but everywhere, our rates have gone up. To me, that's a financial burden. You know, I recognize water is a valuable commodity, but it still has been, you know, it's cost us money. So for me, that is part of our significant and maybe unreasonable impact that we've been dealing with.
One of your cheapest utilities, Jack.
Oh,
it's a great value. Just teasing.
I don't doubt it's worth it, and I know we're doing a good job here, but just to me, it's a cost, and I think that's worth putting in there.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let me check. Are there any other comments that board members would like to make to this set of 4 bullets that kind of create the building blocks, if you will, of a significant and unreasonable statement? So I'm going to call the question one last time. Any final comments from folks online? Seeing none, I'm going to check in board members, any board members on the phone that would like to get into the queue. All right. Hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and open up the floor for the public through either the online means or by the phone. So if there are any members of the public that would like to weigh in one last time on any of the topics that we've discussed thus far, in particular the statement of significant unreasonableness, anything there? Oh, Perrette, go ahead, please.
I've been taking copious notes here, trying to record everything so the staff and Georgina, we can work on coming up with a draft statement. But I'm not clear on one aspect. Is there a desire to specifically mention aquifers as separate entities, or maybe be silent on that? And for the statement on significant and unreasonable statement purposes. I don't know if I heard that explicitly.
I did say that, and I don't know. It might be too complicated.
Okay.
Yeah, it probably is too complicated. It should be as general. It's a kind of a blanket statement that we're looking for. I thought you were going to actually ask about, do other people agree? We've heard 2 or 3 people mention that they think that the minimum level should be some, a historical low level that we're at or near. Is everyone happy with that? Because that sounded like it was, no one objected to anyone saying that, and that's a big deal, because that would form the basis of minimum thresholds of everything. And I just want to make sure that if we include that people are okay with that statement in particular.
So pose it, like what would that sound like, Georgina? Just give an example again so people can kind of conceptualize it, or go to an example.
It's the Salinas first bullet there, at or below the lowest observed groundwater elevation. Maybe not the lowest, but something else. And I will propose that something else to you at the next meeting. But I just want to make sure that everyone is on board with us going with, and we don't want it to get worse, like Ruth said.
I
okay.
would just, I think I put a request for comment. I would just include some sort of duration, I mean, it's like, because you can have a movement over time. I would say just somehow have a duration in it.
Okay. Yeah, and actually it's getting technical, but the sustainability indicator is actually a rate of lowering. It's not really a level, but most people have put a level in. So yeah, I like your idea of the rate, which is a decline over time.
Ruth, were you rescinding your prior comment? Or
Yeah, I don't need to say anything.
okay, all right. So let's go to Lou, and then to Dale.
Thank you. I'd like to make a proposal, and that is that I feel like I've absorbed so much information tonight that is going to be germane to coming up with some sort of significant and unreasonable suggestion. And I think other people might be feeling the same way. I would recommend that we, instead of asking Perrette and Georgina to try and put something together from what people have said tonight, is wait and start the next board meeting with this as the first topic, and have everybody a chance of a month to think about it and come back together and then offer their suggestions. And I think it would be a lot more fruitful effort for Perrette and Georgina to come up with something that we could all agree to.
I would just add to that, Lou. I like the general thing that you're saying, but between the board meeting, if as homework, board members could try to put something together or solidify their ideas in writing and email them to staff. That would be a good starting point. Then pick up the discussion at the beginning of the next meeting. I like that.
Yeah,
I think that's a good idea.
I'm sorry, Lou, go ahead.
I think that's a good idea, Chris. If I came up with something in the next week or two, who should I send it to? Perrette or Georgina or both?
Perrette.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me go to Dale, and then we'll see if there's any further comments, and then we'll close out on some next steps and action items and accountability items. So Dale, go ahead, and then Ruth.
So I was just gonna kind of comment on Georgina's question about a level, and I guess I'll just comment it from our perspective, or what I would think my our users would want, and that would be to not have to drill another well. I mean, that was significant for us, and to have to do that again, that would totally be significant and unreasonable. So, but could the water levels drop lower than they are now? Yes. I mean, we could continue to pump our wells if the water levels continue to drop to a lower level. So I don't know. I think there's some room in there for water levels to drop further. I'm only speaking from our perspective. Before we would be in trouble and we would have to drill another well. I know that's not the same for everybody. And there was another point I was going to make, but I can't think of it right off the top of my head. Anyway, sorry.
It's late.
Yeah. Lost my train of thought there.
That's all right. Well, that's the beauty. That's the beauty of email. So let me go to Ruth, and then try to double back on the idea that Lou and Chris were toying around. I want to check in with staff and come up with a game plan on that, and then try to end us in the next few minutes.
I'd like to make sure that we have something.
Hey Ruth, you're breaking up. I apologize, but you were losing you.
Also, from the staff has developed at our next meeting. I don't want to slow things.
You were breaking up there, but it sounded like you were saying you don't want to slow things down. Go. Can you try to stay?
I'd like to see maybe give us a week or two to put comments.
Okay, you're breaking up, but the impression that I'm getting, Ruth, you're saying is you don't want to lose steam, so find a way to maybe set a target date.
I'm typing it in.
Oh, okay, great, awesome, that'll work too. All right, so Ruth, okay, we make comments on like the next 2 weeks, and staff can work on it, and certainly what we can do, and we've done this before, is we can take both your feedback and report that verbatim, and then show you the work of the staff using the feedback that you give. So it isn't an either or. Looks like Doug, you're saying roughly 1 week that you're advocating getting it done in about a week, or just a little bit after a week. Is that what you're saying, Doug?
Sorry, +1 is shorthand for what she said.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, +1. All right. There we go. All right. Anybody opposed to that idea? Like, say within the next 2 weeks, let's say set a date of 2 weeks from today as a maximum. That this is a homework assignment. People can, obviously, we've covered a lot of ground tonight. You can take this presentation. You can take the notes that will get generated out of it. You can give yourself some time to look at the examples like Georgina has up here. You could send in your own version of an example statement to Perrette. That could be traded around with staff. Staff could probably start taking a crack at some things anyway, even in advance of that. But we get those from you within 10 working days or so, 2 weeks. Then we can report to you at the next meeting not only the various examples that were sent in by as many of you that chose to do so, which we would hope for as many as possible, and we can show you what staff has taken a crack at trying to find a combined nature. Anybody opposed to that proposal? Checking in one last time. Okay, get comments to me. That's Perrette, so comments to Perrette by May 8th. And yes, an email prompt from Nick, absolutely. You could almost bet on that. So we'll commit to the due date to Perrette and probably Nick as well, just to be safe, on the 8th. We would have you include that to both of those two people. We'll get prompts out to you, and that'll be a homework assignment for you all, and that will give staff time to work on next steps and report this back. So with that, before I hand it over to Georgina for any closing comments, this I think is going to fall into the category of be careful what you wish for, because we sought to have more active, engaged conversations tonight, and 4 hours later we have done that. So that's a good thing. I will just like to put in a little plug before I no longer have the floor here. We obviously tried a new approach tonight. We tried to make it much more conversational and much more akin to the way you would experience it in the meeting room. It would be very helpful, given that I am sort of taking the lead on helping to advise on and improve processes. If folks have any feedback from today, you've got my email address. It would be very helpful for you to send me some thoughts, whether those are, hey, that was great and I know it went long, but it was helpful, or conversely, boy, that was horrible and I never want to do that again, or anything in between. Please do provide the feedback. I know it's one more thing we're asking you to do, but it would be great if we could get some feedback on your thoughts about how this new approach went. So with that, Georgina, I'm going to look to you to close out this portion, and then we'll hand it back to Chris as chair to head us out the door.
This is all I'm going to say. This is all I have the energy to say. But truly, thank you all. I'm exhausted, and I'm sure you are all are too. So until we meet again next time.
Thank you, Georgina. Okay, you guys, I think I'm going to say, including myself, we're amazing. So let's just, Terry, I hate to throw this at you now, but you are up.
I'm not sure we wanted to go this late. Perrette, tell me what you want me to do.
I would propose that we table I don't think there is anything time critical, that we can talk about it at the next, or give you updates on the next, at the next board meeting.
That's fine. I mean, I think everyone's burnt. And the same go for administrative.
Same for all of the staff reports. There's nothing burning, no input, nothing that we need to let board know now, and we can't do a month later.
Okay. I have a short written piece of my individual director report, but I'm kidding.
Chris, just a suggestion, maybe you should ask if any directors have any questions or comments, or anybody out in the public for staff reports number 5.
You just did it. What she said.
Well, we potentially do have public out there, so just kind of helping you to make sure we comply with little we have left, at least do a round of asking public comment at each of those items.
Thank you. Yes, and feel free, public. Okay. All right. Sounds like we have a motion to adjourn from Eden Cassidy. Say it out loud, Eden.
Motion to adjourn from Eden Cassidy.
Ruth Stiles seconds it.
All those in favor?
Understood.
I don't think we need a roll call vote.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
I'd like to thank everybody. I'd like to obviously thank staff, Dave, Georgina, excellent job, and everyone who hung in here all this time. Thank you so much. Look forward to seeing you all soon, and be safe, and everybody take care.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Wash your hands. Good night.
Take care, all. Just like the last one, definitely appreciate y'all playing ball, and staff will be in touch. Take care now.
Thank you.